him, but still
I'm starting
failed
the stream
kill
just for
him.
this. Stupid conversations we start having.
I mean, isn't that the point?
Yes.
That's what we do, right?
We'd be totally crazy and nutty, and we have no idea. I have no idea. I don't know who you all are. I just come here for the chips.
Well, have a free Prime sub.
No. Can't even
I have
see
it
the
anyway.
screen. No, will not.
Yeah,
I
fair.
deny it. I will
Well, then I want my
deny.
$5 back.
I can't help you.
No.
Then. Sorry, no refunds.
It's mine.
no refunds. Sorry, I can't refund. I can't find the button. Oh, did we remove that? Yes, I'm taking a dig at somebody. Unsubscribe from your services? Oh, I'm sorry. Did I take that from you? Ouch. I'm knocking stuff over. Oh, come on. Let me have this.
No, it's mine.
Okay. Fine.
Mine!
Genshin Impact bundles for Prime.
Oh, no, thank you.
Yeah,
Who, what?
apparently.
No.
I was just checking my, goodies for Prime, and that was just sitting there, and I feel violated now.
Yeah.
Don't think about it too hard.
I was supposed to think.
Well, just
Yeah, that's what I just stopped.
like,
my brain didn't. I'm like, I don't know what you're talking
like
about. My
it
brain
sounds
ain't
like your
gripping.
brain's misfiring here when you just like.
It's always misfiring. I'm playing D&D right now, so it's like, yeah, my brain
This is true.
My brain
True.
misfired a while ago. I don't know what you're talking about. Let's see. Yes, I need this one too. Souls.
Oh look, Raid Shadow Legends has a pack too.
Their advertising budget must be insane.
Dude,
Considering
even
how
if they
often,
throw
yeah.
money at my way, I'm never gonna accept a thing from them.
Well,
I
I'm
don't
not saying
want
accept
them-
it, but I'm saying like their advertising budget for how much they advertise all over the place, like their budget must be insane.
Yeah.
Come on. Bada, bada, bada. Dabba, 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 dabba.
There goes the cat.
No, that would sound
Sure.
a lot differently. Are you
I mean, not if it was a swift, quick death.
I do not know what happened. Near. Okay, one more. Is that you? Is this one? Is it that one? Gotta be this one. Right.
Well, if I ever go back to playing Elder Scrolls Online, I have dragon slaying equipment now.
Leather assless chaps. Yeah.
I mean, who wouldn't want to slay dragons and assless chaps? I mean, it's a statement piece.
You're slaying the giant dragon, but your ass is just hanging out in the air, just feeling the breeze.
Hey, they asked me to lay
It's
the
a-
dragon.
It's about sending a message.
I don't want to know what the message is. I don't want to know.
It's not about the money, it's about sending a message.
Exactly.
Oh my god, no. Okay. Angry.
Bye.
Wait, what?
Oh, my mom just left.
Bye, Mom!
Hey, ma'am.
Bye, Mom! Timmy's being an ass! Yeah!
Galaxy Shell's here. What's up, Galaxy?
Hello, Galaxy. I see you there.
Hi, Galaxy! Oh, speaking of, I do have something. Not that! How did I hit that? That's not even on the right screen. Did I double tap? Oh, I did.
I mean,
How the heck did I do that?
Hey, I mean, it's appropriate. The universal greeting. She just arrived.
Yes. Greetings! Leave me alone. Yeah. We're just gonna do this. Screen switch. There we go. There we go.
When he gets his button right.
Shut up. I got nothing wrong. It was all your fault. There we go.
Also, you mistitled it. Isn't this season 2 now?
Not yet. Well, it is, but it isn't. We're gonna wrap up today's season 2 with the rest of the everything else. So it's technically a part 2.
This is the epilogue, basically.
Yeah.
Alright, so are we going the American Pie route? American Pie route and going to Bandcamp?
No.
How about you?
Excuse me.
You're just afraid of what the Mighty Potato could do to you.
That's it. I'm just muting him.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
You may silence me, but you never silence the message.
It's only a game.
The potato
Why
army
do you have to
rise.
be mad?
He already has a potato asteroid station.
Leave it clam. Oh.
See, here. I'm gonna self-promote myself. Welcome to my channel of YouTube, of the tube of you. There. But no, he has his own. See, look. If I pull this out, this technically is a potato. He's got a potato.
You're just jealous of my Mighty Potato.
Welcome to the potato. Yes. Not, Black Station. It's just potato station. That's it.
He's
The fries
just
are
jealous
good.
of my Mighty Potato powers.
Yeah. His fries
He's
are
afraid of what I
tasty.
can do.
His fries are tasty. The chips are
They're
good.
not tasty.
All right, you guys ready to do this? Because I don't know what the heck I'm doing.
Do you ever know?
Nope.
Exactly, so what's the difference?
Yeah, good point.
Can't wait.
So I will figure that one out. Yay! So who's ready to die today? Yeah, that's every episode of my
Apparently
series.
Star-
Ooh,
Soccer
me,
points that
me.
video.
I choose me.
You choose to be sacrificed.
Yeah.
Oh, you're being tribute. Great.
Sacrifice him to the mighty ethereal ones.
Yeah, pretty much. We're being sponsored by Go Dice. No, we're not. I'm kidding. Even though I like their stuff.
I must fully awaken my protagonist powers and resurrect myself.
You know what? Today you are being sponsored. I gave you my Prime sub. You're being sponsored by the Mighty Potato.
Wait, did you actually give me a prime sub?
Yeah, I did.
I still
can't-
haven't seen it pop up.
Hang on. It actually, I don't know if it will.
I gave it to you before the stream started.
Oh, it's probably why it won't
Oh,
show.
okay, then yeah. I was gonna say like if you did like on stream, then yeah, I would have seen it pop up. But,
You ready?
Oh
Oh,
crap!
shit,
I
it's-
did forget to do something, but we'll deal with
See,
it. in a
there you go.
moment.
Oh, there it is.
Delete. Report. Jesus Christ! 4 months. Holy crap!
See, you're being sponsored by the Mighty Potato.
All right, then I'll, fine, begrudgingly. Also, Galaxy Star, thank you for reminding me to. I need to put Heximus's thing up for my little Kerbo up there that she gave me to use for when we did the charity stream. So I said I would put her thing in there. So if anybody did ask where I got it, I send them to her because I don't do that stuff. And I don't think these 3 jokers would do it. So
Do what?
Do what? Now?
exactly. My little icon that dances up in the top that says I'm more superior than you are.
Really? I don't see any dancing icon.
It's not on your screen. It's on my screen. It
Well,
shows
that's
up on
really
the stream.
useless, isn't it?
I mean,
it's on
I'm
the
looking
stream.
at the stream.
I-
I don't see it.
I have money. I can just go to her and with money and say, "Hey,
Yeah,
make
but
me this particular one."
yeah, but I like your little
I mean, I
ghost
can do
one.
the same thing on my birthday, which is next week. So
Yeah, you could. But I don't care right now. But I like your little ghost. Shut up. I cut that out and took a lot of time to do that. You better keep freaking.
Yeah,
I'm not
also,
saying
wait,
I would
I'm
get
gonna
rid of
kick your-
it.
No, make it into our Oh my god, that would be so cute looking. Oh, sorry. I'll stop. Oh, I want to see. No, I want to see the other 2 in that form. Big hulking robots. Tiny little thing now. Hi.
I'm a squash you.
Yeah. I'm gonna smash
Gimme.
you.
I'm
What
a
the heck?
smash
I am
it.
Me.
true. I am power. I shall exterminate.
Yeah. It's one of those. What? Okay.
Invader Zims vibes.
Balala bingo.
He's
Yes,
the
we're all
Wreck-It Ralph,
dorks.
but he's a plushie.
Okay.
No. No, I don't want to turn into a likable plushie.
Give me a second.
Search and cut man. Deploy.
Okay. I just done. Oh, I have so many plans. And I completely forgot everything else, so leave me alone. Here, I'm gonna throw in some noise for this. There. You're in the station, but it's on a starship bridge, so deal with it, okay?
I don't hear anything.
Good. Through roll
I mean,
20.
I hear it. It's there.
Oh, well, fine, here.
It's now just kicked into me.
I turn it up really loud on him.
Well, it doesn't
I mean,
need to
it's
be
not
like
that
super
loud, to be
No.
honest.
There.
Yeah, it's
put
ambient
it
noise. It doesn't need to be super
Yeah.
loud.
It has to be super loud.
No.
Yes.
They're all so mean! Plans destroy them all.
What?
They are not going to matter because it's a good gig. Yeah, maybe.
I can't hear you over the ambient noise.
What? 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 Oh God, I think I'm deaf.
What do you
wait.
mean we're out of toys?
Guys, can you hear me? I can't hear you.
No, I don't want a soy.
What are you talking about, boys?
Who
I
wants
find
Joy?
joy? What?
Who's doing what to Joy? What? Somebody got Poi for Joy? Who are we talking about? Wait, I gotta adopt the old man voice. All right.
Missy!
Oh my
No,
God.
I don't
We're
want
idi-
apples.
We're idiots. We're idiots. Yep.
And that's why people watch this.
Yeah. We're idiots. All right. Man. Welcome, hopefully, to the last episode of Season 1. God, that's weird to say. Man, I am
Well, the more you
nervous
say it,
now.
the less weight it will get.
Yes, the end of Season 1.
Let's just roll with it.
Yep. So I'm going to roll the dice. Okay, it says we're all screwed. Okay, this is good. All right.
Well, it's
Alright,
been fun, guys.
Because we're Cybertronians, everybody detach your ass because it's doable and kiss it goodbye.
Don't forget to put your spark in there. But, all right. God. Our last session, we had a lot of things going on. So I am going to go through and, yeah, I know we're crazy. We're nuts. Yeah. So I'm just going to go through and introduce the characters and the people who are playing them one more time. Because they're all going to be dead by the end of this, so don't worry.
What a pity.
And the other one's silent. Yeah.
Embrace eternity.
Yeah. So we got Mercer playing Overload. Big boy. He's the tanky of the group. We got Space Ghost Day playing Gilgamesh, the assassin. Which now, he is also a little beastier form, too. And then we got Potato Lord. I don't think I'm going to call you by your other name ever again. Just Potato Lord.
Hey, I have 5 nicknames already. What's the problem with adding a 6th?
Yeah, true. And he plays Void Striker, more of along the lines of a shockwave kind of mentality there going on a little bit, but he still has a compassionate side. So it's like, yeah, Overload's just smash everything. You know? Yeah.
My vengeance knows no bound.
And Overload, yeah, Overload is being assisted by Aegis. Gilgamesh is being assisted by Carbine, and Void Striker has a tin can called Scrapper.
That is adorable tin can to you, sir.
Oh, sorry. It's an adorable potato tin can. There we go. It rolls around mostly and just falls on its back and no. But as we pick up from the last episode where you guys went through a lot of fight and something was taken away from one of you by your little partner. Overload, you and Aegis took on Torque. You gave Aegis a command to strike down, and he certainly
Full descent.
Yes, in your words, full descent, and he did, and he pretty much evaporated himself or obliterated himself doing so, but leaving his battle axe behind. Void Striker, you were flying around getting chased by another ship and having fun picking them off. Which
you
you
mean
did.
the one-sided aerial massacre?
Okay, look at my rolls didn't go that great for that. Okay.
Well, to be fair, I would by the end of it, I was 1 hit away from death.
True.
I could have gone to the roof and offered you more aerial support.
But where I was, your rounds would not have hit. I was in between the buildings.
I just time my shots. Like, all you gotta do is just fly in the direction of it.
Yes. As you all were battling your own little fights, Widow, Gilgamesh's master, had a little assistance with 4 big furry creatures that helped, and they started helping Gilgamesh after 2 were taken out by some of the other bots from the other guild. At this point, you all had a lot going on, but Gilgamesh, it focused down on you when you challenged Ava after you chased her down and made some really good shots at her with Carbine. You were challenging her, and the fight turned in your favor. Goddamn rules didn't help either. And after a big fight between you two, you had
I was
her on
one good hit away from death as well, so.
Yeah.
Meanwhile,
Yeah.
me.
I still could have used shield, but if she critted on me, I was toast.
Yeah, and my rolls were all garbage, so it didn't matter.
Meanwhile, me.
But-
Full health the entire time.
Yeah, he barely
Well,
got
you're the
stretched.
juggernaut of the group here. I
Yeah.
mean,
And
come
not all
on.
of us has the bullshit deployable shield, so
So at this current time,
your point's invalid.
yeah, Gilgamesh, you were sitting there holding on to Ava, and you had her spark in your hand. And somebody took that moment from you by taking her head.
I
I think
100% my fault.
somebody's upset.
That
Just
was
a little.
100% my fault.
But you still had the last kill. You had the spark. As the guild will remind you, that would be what takes it. Because she could have been brought back, yes, with her spark. But you crushed her spark. Carbine dropped her blade and just walked off into the portal. Or the
You know you love a
space
Galaxy
bridge.
Star.
Yeah. As you all...
We're having fun.
Yeah, she walked off. Void Striker opened up the space bridge. She walked in, but she went with Kiara, and Widow kind of stayed back with all of you to kind of.
I mean, I walked in. I was the last one through the space bridge.
No, I'm talking about Carbine. She walked in with Kiara because she needed to go back anyway. But with all that, you all kind of had your moments there. Gilgamesh, you returned back to the base as well. Everybody kind of went back, but not before you find out you are the new leader of the guilds that they want, and you have earned your position as the new leader. They want one to oversee everything, but they will have a council beneath you, but they will follow your orders. You deferred that order to Widow for now. You can take back over at any time, but she will lead in your stead. You go back to the med bay, you get repaired after talks with everyone there. Things are settled there. Carbine curls up next to you, she's purring lightly. You guys kind of fell asleep at that point and kind of just charged up and let your bodies heal up. Overload, you stuck back because Aegis was gone. You left a memorial for him, but what were those words you said to him, or at least to honor him, while holding his battle axe? Do you remember?
A warrior's grace honors to be buried next to their weapon.
Yeah. And just those words.
Again, I know exactly where you started from, you bastard.
You all see, that includes all the bots from all the guilds are looking up at the sky because they're picking up now and cleaning up. But they're looking up and watching that streak come down. And the battle axe started pulling and tugging on you. You released it and it floated in front of you. And you just hear Aegis's voice, "Sorry I'm late." And he's like, "Yeah, that's mine," kind of thing. And the battle axe flew up to him. As you see his new form of he still kind of looks like a hawk, but he's got new colors and he's a little bigger now. He's not like about 6 foot tall. He's more like going on 10 foot tall. He's still a minicon, but he has a little bit newer look to him. He's not brown and tans and a little bit of hint of purple. He's got reds and oranges to him. And he's a little bit brighter looking, like he's got some power to him. He walked over to Ava and he goes, "I guess we won," and he kicked what was left of her body and something fell out. He picked it up, some kind of weird optics of some sort that he put up to his head and looked big. He goes, "It kind of looks funny looking through." But he handed them to you, and after you got Aegis and you guys traveled back through the space bridge, You gave those optics to Gilgamesh, who put it in a compartment on himself.
Yeah, because I had no clue what it did.
Yeah, that's all right.
And honestly, it wouldn't be beneficial for me.
Yeah. You can wear them. You see what happens. I don't know. Just look weirder, But at this point, you guys are all at the Black Station. There's a lot of chatter going on. Kiara is currently going over it at the console. Varish is there with her, and he's helping her look through it. And he's looking at familiar information, and he's passing it. They're passing information back and forth to each other. Gilgamesh, you're still sitting in the med bay. Felix is kind of in and out. He hasn't been there the whole time. You've been charging up this whole time. And your body feels pretty repaired, but you come to, Carbine's not there. You don't see her anywhere. But it's kind of, the air in the station feels kind of like a lot of tensions going on. Like something is going on.
Who's in the room with me?
Felix has come back in, and he's over at his console doing some readings, like he's reading up on some stuff.
Felix, have you seen Carbine?
And he turns around suddenly. Oh, you're awake. Good. Looks like you've healed up. Carbine, to be honest, I wasn't in here the whole time. She wasn't in here. I guess I haven't really noticed when she left. It's been really quiet.
I see. And I'm gonna sit up from the bed at this point.
He comes over and he disconnects a few things from me. He goes, "How you feeling?"
Physically, I'm fine. Mentally, well, that's a different story.
And he kind of looks down, looks back up. Not to pull some bad stuff, but it sounds like you're in charge now, huh?
In a matter of speaking, but I don't think it's wise I take the position until we've dealt with another matter. One that involves a fairly substantial bounty on both mine and Overload's heads.
He looks back down at his pad and he taps a few times. He goes, "Yeah, your bounties are still there, even though you may be lead of the guilds, but unless somebody's crazy enough to go after you now, good luck. It'd have to be somebody off our grid here, I guess."
Which is why I've chosen not to take the position at this time. I've given it to Widow for now. Until we've dealt with this matter, I don't think it's wise I take any form of leadership at this point.
Makes sense. I'm not sure where the rest are right now. I've been checking on the mini-cons. They seem to be charging very, very slow, but they're doing good. That one in the case, like the other two you found, he seems a little brighter. Just
brighter?
Yeah, he seems to be glowing a little more, so not sure what's going on, but his power levels are good. Not sure what's going on.
Well, so long as they're stable and they're not in any danger, then we can leave them be for now.
Yeah, I've been working with Carbine, and since she seems to know a lot about this stuff, but I was hoping maybe I could, pick her circuits a few times, see if that maybe we can rig something else up too and give it a test. But no rush.
His eyes kind of trail off as he's talking about Carbine like that.
Sorry, I don't know the full details, but I kind of heard something she took someone's head?
I just need to have a conversation with her.
No problem. Looks like you're all ready to go. Your readings are full. You're full up on everything. So,
Do I have any sense of where Carbine might be?
you're really not feeling anything from her. You don't even hear any thoughts or feeling. It's kind of null. Like numb feeling.
Well, I'm just gonna address Felix's point. I'm gonna go do some wandering about. If you need anything, do feel free to reach me on comms.
Well, same to you, if you need me. I'm just doing some research. There's a lot of information, but it's here and there, even with the Void Strikers database on minicons. Some of this is why I need Carbine. I need some more info on it. I wish I had an engineer here to help with this. She's a scientist, and you can see him turning the tablet like he's trying to read it. Some of this I don't understand. So, but I'll let you go. I'll see you around. And you just see him look back down at the tablet, just kind of like, almost like he's scratching his head, but like trying to figure out what this next thing is, and walks back over to his console.
Okay.
And while you're doing,
And
oh yeah, go ahead.
yep. Oh no, I was just gonna talk about where I'm gonna move on to, but you go ahead.
Okay, yep, that's fine. You can go up there. Not Void Striker. Actually, yes, Void Striker. What are
Yes.
you doing up in your lab?
Something other Cybertronians would be very disgusted at.
Oh, come on. Let's not go that far. Oh no, I'm kidding. You're talking about something else. I'm kidding.
I'm going to experiment on the 5 T-cogs I have in my collection.
All right. What do
kind
you
of
want to?
experiments?
Yeah, I was gonna say, what are you gonna do?
To
What-
see if I can artificially create a triple changing T-cog.
Okay. Let me see. What I have you? Are you gonna try it? You're gonna try that right now, huh? Okay. All right.
He is an artificer.
Let me think. What do I want to have you roll it under?
Well, either way, if I roll for it, I'm gonna have advantage because
Yeah, because he's gonna just
right tools for the job.
dick
and I
his
have
way
advantage.
through it.
Hang on. I gotta switch the screen because I can't.
Right tool for the
Mm.
job, so I'll create the right tool for a job, so
Mhm.
I will have advantage on whatever you roll, cause me to roll. Because I have an advantage in any tool I create.
Well, this is a very complicated procedure. You could either fry them, or you could have
I
a.
have 5 of them.
How high does he need to roll is the real question.
I will tell you when you roll it. How's that? No, I'm kidding. Actually, I haven't
I'm wondering because I'm not even sure
Just-
you even know how high he's got to roll for that.
Well, see, you're gonna have to roll pretty high because you're doing 3. So I'm like, okay. How about
Alright,
this?
so what do you want me to roll?
Let me see something. I'm thinking. Oops, I did not want to bring this up. Oops. Right there. Roll me a D100.
D100. Alright.
Yep. Just roll me a D100. You will still have your advantage on it.
That 100.
What
Fuck
the
you.
Jesus
fuck?
fuck!
What the fuck? Chat. What did I just see?
Matrix having an aneurysm.
I quit. I'm done. Bye.
What the fuck, dude?
Well,
I didn't
you
even
broke
realize I
him.
could roll.
Okay, well, I
You
mean,
broke him. Let's go. No season 2. Woo.
you have to give it to him now.
Who said the 100 was good? No, I'm kidding. Describe
Need the
to me.
second roll.
Don't make me. I will take that away from you right now. Unicron will crush you. I don't know where he came from, but his little finger goes, no.
I mean,
He portals in from another dimension, just flicks you. Just
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm-
All right. Describe to me in very good detail what you're doing. How you're
Well, for
making.
starters, my hands would be transformed into very small and delicate tools because T-Cogs are very fragile. They're more fragile than people realize.
No. Sarcasm.
I'm also going to slightly transform my head so I can zoom in with my eyes properly.
All
And I'm
right.
going to slowly dismantle 2 T-Cogs, as well as a third, so I can artificially attempt to create a triple changing T-Cog. And I expect this process to probably take a couple hours.
You start to work on it. You see little sparks here and there every once in a while, but you don't flinch. You're like focused in on this. Your optics, you hear that. If anybody were in that room, you'd hear a little bit of a. You're reacting so fast. Your tools in your hands are just like moving almost at a like the little blurs at times because you're working so fast and efficiently. And you got 2 of the cogs apart. You're bringing the third one over, and you're doing the same thing, and you're doing little micro. I mean, they are tinier than what anybody can do right now, and you're just going to town like you're focused hard on this. And we'll go over to Overload while you're doing that.
Time to live up to the name of.
God. Overload, what are you doing? What are you and Aegis doing? There we go. I'm going to have to say that more. He's dead. Overload's
Died
dead.
in his sleep. What a shame.
Aegis looks down at him. Well, I could take his tool, or his sword.
He ain't gonna stop you.
Yeah. He's going to take his, the Naginata. Oh, this is nice. I'm going to walk off with it. Overload, are you there?
You
Are
have
you
to
me?
kill me 2 times over before you reach my sword.
I will end you.
I don't think he wants you to have his sword. You get the vegan version.
All right.
I'm probably more or less still resting from the endeavor.
Okay, you're waking up fully recharged with no scratches or dents really on you. Aegis is just.
Because the bitch cheated
I
in
t-
combat with a bullshit shield.
Yeah.
I used up so much energy though.
But at this time, I'm saying you guys are fully recharged. You sit up and you see this bird in front of you. You're used to seeing Aegis. You're seeing this whole other bird just staring at you. Blink, blink. Stop. Finally awake. The bird's a little bigger, by the way.
Still gotta get used to this now.
He sits there and he hops down and he transforms into his bot form. Well, is this a little better? And he's still bright colors, so he's got these oranges and reds on him. He kind of looks a little flamey looking, so.
My baby boy grown up.
Not really, but sure.
Alright. You ain't getting my battle axe, and he pulls it off his back, and he's like, still mine. Puts it back.
I still have my old trusty.
Yeah, was it the one you were going to leave there? As he looks at you very sarcastically.
No.
He looks at you and kicks you in the leg, and he hops off the bed and walks to the door.
Can you blame me? It's a cool axe.
Still mine. Get your own. And he walks out the door. I'm getting something to eat. You see his hand for a moment.
I guess I should probably get up as well.
And he just kind of wanders
I'll be
out.
back.
No, you won't. Get your ass back here. Well, he failed at the TCOG now. He left. Oh, no. Not with that roll. He didn't fail. But he just walks out. He's picking up some energons, just like the little slivers of them. And he's popping a couple in his mouth. And you see him pulse a little bit every time he eats. Like, he kind of glows a little bit like he is on fire. And it gives off a bit of radiance for a few moments every time he does that. And
I'm back.
And your TCOGs failed, by the way. I'm kidding. They did not. I'm just messing with you.
I had my headset on the entire time, right?
Yeah, I know. I always liked it when you didn't hear me sometimes, though.
I always heard you, though.
Yeah, I know. But he just is kind of he kind of hops in one of the chairs, like in front of the big vid screen, and he has it on. And he goes, hey, Overload, is this,
What's up?
look at on the screen. And there's stuff going on. It's like information, and he turns it up, and you hear a broadcast going on about Cybertron, how there's a new leader for the guilds going on, but they haven't announced who. It's being kept quiet. Now, these broadcasts are not from the guilds themselves. These are from other little groups, and like just the public is what it would be. And things are starting to change, but things have calmed down. You're hearing, and he's like, yeah, this
Word
is kind of
should
weird.
spread fast.
I don't know about this. I don't know any of this. What is all this about anyway? I've just been tagging with you guys for so long. The guild stuff? Whatever. He just kind of like blows it off a bit, but he's like, that fight was pretty good though. And he kind of looks up over his shoulder at you. I mean, I did blow myself up.
But you did come back.
Yeah, I still don't know how you did it. One moment,
Neither do I.
I was going back to the Allspark. I could see everything. It was beautiful. And I hear this big booming voice that says, you ain't done yet, kind of thing. But it was more of, and he kind of cups his hands around his mouth. You're not done yet. And he's being very a little sarcastic and being just playing it up. You must return now. And all I said was, why can't I be done? But
I think it was my spirit that did it.
I think so, because something yanked me back, and suddenly I was in space, flying along really, really fast, and now I'm here.
I mean, it is a protector, so I guess so. It makes sense.
I guess so. And he's looking at his arms. And looks at the rest of himself. I do like being a little bigger, though. And he kind of just stands up and is like moving around. And you can see his back, the wings are folded in a little more compact. And he goes, And he goes,
now you have an advantage over most minicons.
yeah, I'm a little more beefier now. And you can see.
Well, I was more talking about your height, but yeah, that too.
He turns around, just punches you really hard in the leg, and your leg physically moves a little bit this time when he does it. And he looks at his hand, and he looks at your leg, and he just looks up. Did I just move you? You see a big grin go across his face.
I'm just like picking up my leg. Like, am my joints like loose or something?
He's just grinning at you. And he kind of side-eyes you for a moment, and he goes, you want to spar some? And he's wiggling his fist.
I would, but that battle is still draining.
Yeah. I am kind of glad I didn't blast through him and hit you, though.
Well, I was fully expecting it.
I know, but I don't want to hit you still. Not like that.
Well, I mean, dying by the hands of a friend is a lot better than dying by the hands of an enemy.
You see him stand there, and he looks down for a moment. Still would rather not, though, but... And he lightly hits your leg this time with his fist, but not in the intent to, like, hit you hard. Just, yeah, but... I don't want to have to do that again if I can help it.
I mean, I think we can both agree that we were both more or less just in the moment.
True, yes, we were, and it was fun. And you can see him kind of hop up a little bit to kind of jump onto you and climb up you, and he gets onto your shoulder and kind of sits there, and he goes, speaking of, maybe we should go find the rest. I want to check on Carbine. She didn't seem right. And speaking of, I can't hear her right now.
I was gonna ask that. That does kind of seem a bit concerning, since you both seem to have a connection.
Yes, well, all mini-cons really do have a connection. But they can not respond to each other. It's their choice, but this feels different. I'm not sure. Let's go find them.
Alright.
So, while you two are going to locate, or at least try to find Gilgamesh or Carbine, or both, Void Striker, we're going to come back to you.
Yes.
It's only been maybe, in human time, half an hour. You're sitting there, your fingers are frantically just going to town. Those little tools inside are just... And your optics are just... It's like you're blazing speed. It's like you, for one time, you were able to focus on this moment. And suddenly, you just stop. And your tools retract. Everything goes back. You back to normal. Your optics go back to normal. And you sit back. And there, you're sitting there looking at this new T-Cog. It's a little shinier. It's got kind of a... I don't know how to describe the color. Would be like a platinum, almost like a silvery, polished platinum look to it. But it doesn't look like a normal T-Cog. It looks like much smoother looking around. There's not really any sharp edges. And it's got a different color pulsing light to it inside. It looks kind of like a ball, but it's a T-Cog form. Just really smoothed out, really curves. And the light inside is just pulsing with like a reddish orange, but then it kind of goes green as well.
Alright, I'm going to carefully pick it up and move over to the lab next door, because I need to see Micron.
All right. As you pick it up, I need you to roll a dexterity. No, I'm kidding. Screw with you. Have a roll dexterity as you pick it up. No. You take it over to Micron. He's sitting there. Oh. Hello, Void Striker. Whoa, what is that? And he's sitting on the counter in his microscope form. He transforms. He looks inquisitively to it. And you can see his microscope look down at it. He goes, "What is this?"
If I've done things correctly, it is an artificially created triple-changing T-Cog.
And he looks, his optics are wide looking at you. And he just, "Are you absolutely sure?"
I'm coming to you because I require your eyes. Your eyes are better than mine. I may have made a micro mistake, and you're the only one that would be able to see it.
Sure, I will gladly take a look at it here. And he slides this stand over that you can set it in. He transforms back into his microscope. Just set it in there, and I will.
I'll put it in the stand and hand it over.
And it looks like it's just like three little lines holding it up, but it's just like a wire holder. And you could hear him going back and forth, and you could see the microscope just going all the way around. The base starts to rotate around, and it stops again. And he's doing it again. He rotates it again and again, and he goes, "It is flawless." Do I need a stretch? I've been at work all day. He sees nothing wrong with it. It seems functional.
Then the last step is testing.
Yes, that would be the one thing. You'd have to find somebody who would be willing to try it.
I already have something in mind.
Okay. Well, if you need my help, I gladly help you.
Your help will most likely be required, same with Felix's.
Okay. Just let me know where you need me at. I was just doing some study on
med
some of the
lab.
other. Oh, okay. And you see him, he transforms back, and he hops down off the table, and he goes, "I'll meet you over there," and he walks out the door. You hear the doors open, and they close.
I'm gonna make my way to the med lab with this new triple changing core.
As you're making your way, Overload, have you located... Actually, let me go to Gilgamesh real quick. Gilgamesh, you're moved to the command center. Kiara and Varish are there right now. You walk through the door, they look over. Kiara hops up and gives you a big hug, and it's like, "I'm glad you're okay. But there's a lot of stuff going on." And she kind of hops back down to the seat real quick.
Before you bring me up to speed, have you seen Carbine?
No. And Varish turns, "No, I'm sorry. I have not seen her, sir."
And no one has used the bridge since, yes?
And Varish is sitting, he goes, "I've been sitting here this whole time." And he looks over at you, and he's like, "Nobody's used it, but I haven't been here the whole time. I've had to go do a few things, but it hasn't been activated." And he goes, "Let me check the logs." And you see him, "No, sir, it hasn't been activated one bit."
All right. She's around here somewhere then.
And as you say that, he goes, "Whoa, Kiara, that did it again." And she goes, "That doesn't seem right." Whoa, and her screens flicker. "Again, what is going on?"
Why don't you bring me up to speed as to what's happening?
Yes, Barish, why don't we run a scan? I don't like that. And he looks over. "Yeah, I don't like it either. I will be busy for a moment." And he starts frantically just... It looks like he's frantic, but he's actually very controlled. And he's just punching away. Kiara turns to you, and she goes, "There's a lot of things happening with the guilds right now. It's not all bad. Some are arguing still." And she kind of looks irritated with it. Widow is getting things under control. Most of the guilds are falling in line and willing to straighten Cybertron out. It sounds like they want to run a new council, but still with one leader. And she kind of she frowns a little bit, like she doesn't understand it a little bit, but to make a new government, a controlling entity for Cybertron, to renew it, even though it probably will die. So they are working together. There's still a few factions out there of the guilds that are, like I said, pushing back, but everything seems to be good. And as you're all sitting there, the lights kind of all flicker this time, and Varish is like, "I did not do that." but there's something going on.
So, what's the immediate thing that's causing this?
And she kind of looks over at Varish, and I didn't do that. Something's wrong. And Kiara goes, we might have to finish up with that briefing in a moment. And she starts working. They both start punching away. Something is interfering with the systems here. It's Varish, are you picking this up? And he turns around. He's not even breaking eye contact from the screens, and he goes, it seems to be coming closer, near probably where the power is.
Advise Void Striker. He may want to engage the defense systems.
And he automatically just pulls up an audio comm. Void Striker, do you read?
Loud and clear.
We're having a situation with the power. Are you guys reading it? As you, Void Striker, you're walking through, the power flickers through. Same thing for you, Overload and Aegis. You guys, boom, and it comes back up almost instantly. And Varish is...
I'm immediately going to connect with Scamper, who I left in the power room.
As you do, Scamper's sitting there reading the stuff, and whatever's happening is not... he's just reporting back to you that there's something that's like causing the power to not shut off, but to get interfered with. But he can't really pin it down. He just knows he can see the screens, and this is what it's telling him.
Or I'm going to make my way to the power room myself.
As you do, Void Striker, you get into the power room. You see Scamper there. You see even the triplets are there. They're just like, sir, we don't know what's going on. The power was working, and it's been working great. We're not sure what's going on.
Varish, bring up all power drains.
And he pulls up. Space Bridge is offline right now. We don't have it active. All other systems are nominal. And he goes, you can see the spike, like something's interfering with the output. And as you're all sitting there, the power, and it comes back on. And it went a little longer this time. Even Varish points it out, that was longer. Void Striker, you realize on your little alerts, a door has been accessed.
Well, from the triplets, you know the blue glow that I've normally got?
Mm-hmm.
That would have changed to red.
Okay. That's...
I am immediately running straight there.
As you get to the door...
Oh, no.
You can't open it. Looks like somebody's tampered with it, but you can't get in. Your codes, nothing's working.
Varish, isolate central spire.
Isolating? I can't get a reading in there, sir. I'm and Varish looks over at you, Gilgamesh. Something's wrong, sir. And he's visibly concerned. Even Kiara is like, what's happening? This power reading is off.
Can we determine if it's internal or external?
And you see Kiara and Varish back and forth, and they come up with this. They kind of pull up a screen, and it's showing something within, but it's like it's pushing outward almost, and then it fluctuates back down.
But is it occurring inside the base or is it outside the base? That's what I'm asking.
It's showing inside. So it comes out a little bit and then it goes right back in. And it seems to be coming from the room in the back.
I never did go check out that room in the back. And I started making my way in that direction.
Overload, where are you guys going? Let's see if he has his mic unmuted too.
I was more or less heading to the command centers because I don't know what's going on.
Yeah,
Well, you probably would have seen me walking by, and I probably would have pulled you along.
You can do that. I'd say you did. You guys, what I will say is Gilgamesh, you started making your way. Overload, you kind of ran into him, and Gilgamesh kind of signaled you, follow, come on, we got a situation. You all get to the door, and you see Void Striker standing there, and you can kind of see around him, and you see the door, and it's got some, looks like scratches on it.
My heart just sank because I'm pretty sure I know who did this.
You don't even need to roll for this. You recognize those are claw marks. Not very big, but big enough to access. You don't really hear anything from the other side of the door. It's really quiet, but the power fluctuates again, but this time it went even longer.
Void Striker, I realize you have secrets to keep behind that door, but they're gonna get exposed regardless.
As you're saying this, I'm going to transform my arm into my ranged weapon and aim it at the door. I am going to blow through this door. I'm going to rip it off its hinges.
All right. Roll me. Let's see. Roll me to shoot the dang thing.
Just roll my auto crossbow?
Yep. Yep. Just shoot it.
28.
He ain't missing.
Well, you hit it. Let's see how much damage you can do to it in one shot.
15.
You punch a hole in the door, and it's pretty good size. You can't really fit through it. Overload really can't fit through it. Aegis can fit through it, and somebody else can fit through. But he's a little smaller than you two.
I'm just going to pan my head to him.
And Aegis doesn't, he kind of looks at you like really worried. He hops down, and he taps on you, Gilgamesh. I'll go with you. Because you can hear him, you can understand him now. And he's a little taller, so he's just a little shorter than you. And you guys really can't see a whole lot of light in there. As you guys go to approach the door, the hole in it, the lights go out. And Varish comes across the comms. The power's still there, but we got no power in here.
Doesn't affect me none.
Yeah, everything else seems to be okay. Just be careful, guys. You hear Kiara kind of, watch out back there. I don't know what's going on, but the power is going way up and down, and she's very concerned. You go through Gilgamesh first. Aegis is right behind you. And I will unlock the door for you so you can just go through.
Let me in. Let me in.
The door's open. Just go. I hope you can grab yourself there.
There, now I can go through.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, I didn't open it. I just unlocked it.
Don't worry, I opened the door for them.
As you step in, you come up this long hallway. You see the room is kind of dark, but it's dimly lit right now. You can make out words. Cybertronian words. They're all around the walls. But your attention is really not on that. It's what's sitting in the middle of the room. you see Carbine. She's in her bot form. She's on her knees, and you can see tears running down her face. She hears you and she pops up. Her optics, though, are not. They're like flickering different colors. She puts her hands up to both of you. Please don't come near me. Please. Just, I can't control this. Control over me. And she stops talking and she's like fist in her hands and she's trying to fight. And suddenly you see this another wave come off of her, and Aegis kind of pulls you back a little bit, and he goes, "Don't get too close right now."
Do you know what's happening?
I've only heard about minicons ever overloading from certain situations, but I don't know what this is. This looks like it. We got to be careful. We got to try and calm her down or get her offline for a moment to figure out what's going on.
So you're suggesting we have to knock her out?
If we can. And he kind of looks up, kind of side to eyeing you a little bit like, yeah, that's not going to be as easy as you think. You see her inner core, where you usually see pulsing of like a deep purple. It's now kind of doing the same thing as her optics. And he's trying to figure this out. I'm not a scientist. And he goes, hang on, let me see if I can do this. And he doesn't break eye contact, but you see him kind of like he's just thinking, give me a second. I don't know how to do this communication thing with him all the time. And he's in a trance for a moment, but he's still there with you. He's communicating with the other minicons. And he comes back within a few seconds, and he looked, whatever's happening to her, this is not normal for a minicon, and it could be our forced transformations. I'm not sure. They're not sure.
What do you suggest we do? We can't just leave her like this.
Let's try and talk her down and see what happens. If we can do that, maybe. If not, I'll flank her and try and knock her out. Maybe I can get her offline so we can figure out what's going on.
All right.
As you guys go to move, though, she goes, "Stay away!" And she transforms in front of you into her caracal form, but something looks a lot different on her. Her fur, her coat, her teeth seem to be, it's like they're dripping, but her eyes are still crying. Her eyes are changing color still. She seems a little bigger now, too. And you just see her hissing at you, both of you, angrily, like she's very angry. I want you guys to roll for initiative.
Okay. 23.
That makes you Overload, you're gonna roll for Aegis. Okay. Ass.
Does that even count?
Give him more.
It won't matter. Gilgamesh, you're up to go first. She's just poised to strike at you.
Do we get any combat music?
Oh shoot, yes. You want combat music? No,
Yeah.
no, you don't need.
If we're gonna have a fight, I want some.
Let me see.
Some fight music.
I gotta find something that fits with the. You know what? Let's see if this will work for you.
All right. I've actually been listening to a lot of new BGM stuff for our D and Destiny campaign. So
Oh, good. Yay, fun
I've got
stuff.
some new music for combat for next session.
I'm trying to locate some other stuff right now. But
She's
she's
right,
ready.
so...
She's ready to strike at you, and she's just staring at you right now, hissing constantly.
Okay. Do I want to start with my same old bullshit, or do I want to do something fresh?
You sure that's on repeat too? For should be on repeat. Okay.
How far away is she from me? Is 30 feet?
She's well within 30 feet of you right now. She's
Okay.
probably like 50, maybe 15. I'm trying to count the squares that I can see. Oh, she's less than 15. She's probably more like 10. Oh, no, she's about 15. Sorry. Yeah, counted the wrong squares.
The room isn't that wide, it's just really tall.
Yeah, it's a super tall... It's like a cylinder you guys are standing in.
The question is... okay, I have some options here. I'm just trying to figure out which one I want to go with. So I'm gonna open up with... first off, I'm gonna start with mage armor. So I'm just gonna kind of tap on my chest, and a blue sheen of light will just encompass my body.
You see her kind of go down, and she hisses again, like she's waiting for you to do something now. You can see like rage, fear in her optics, because they're more like animalized right now, but usually they're just a straight one color when she's in animal form. This is way different.
Okay, and then for my second action, I'm going to activate Fog Cloud. I'm going to encompass her in a 20-foot radius sphere of fog.
As you do, you... Let's see. Okay. She gets encompassed with this. She can't really see out of it, but you really can't see into it, can you?
Nope, I can't, but I have the alert feat. I'm not going to ever get surprised.
That's alright. No, I'm just making sure. So, she's in this clog. You can still hear her hissing every once in a while, but it kind of got quieter now.
And I'm just gonna say with my free action, Carbine, you need to calm down.
She hisses loudly at you, and you can almost hear what sounds like she's growling with it. Aegis just looks at you like, you're gonna tell her to calm down?
That's gonna be my turn.
Alright. It's her turn. As you guys are all standing there, she's going to take her turn for sure. She hits something, and the platform in the middle starts to move. That big circle she's standing on starts to slowly rise, but she jumps off and tries to take a swipe at you, Gilgamesh, because she's focused on you right now. And where did I put her sheet? Where'd it go? Let me turn something off. Hang on. On the screen. There we go. That should let me do this. And wait. Oh, I don't need this sheet. I forgot. Yeah, I'm gonna do this. I can use it for her weapons. Sorry. All right. She's gonna take her claw attack with it, and see if she can hit you. Where is my one dice at? And I can't find it. All right. She takes a swipe at you for. Does a 17 hit you? You got that mage armor on though, right?
It would tie, but I am going to use shield.
All right, she's going to take her second attack, but this time she's going to try and bite you. And then... Oh, that's 15 isn't going to hit you, that's for sure.
Nope. And the shield would still be up anyway after that hit anyway, so...
So she ends up moving back into the mist, like the fog. So you can't see her, but she can't see you now either. She just kind of, you see her retract back into it. That's her move. Now it's Aegis's turn. Overload. You have control of Aegis. What do you want him to do? I'm going to let you fight this combat.
Let's see. Considering the connection with them,
Wait, where's the thing at?
what I'll do is I'll do Aura Vitality. And what am I able to do as a bonus action? Actually, not that much I can do as a bonus action. If that is the case, then I will go ahead as well as to
Don't worry,
cast...
Galaxy, he's already got his wife on his case if he kills a minigun.
I will go ahead and cast Shield of Faith onto myself as well.
Okay.
And
Anything?
I guess as free action, try to talk to her.
What would you like to say to her? I'm going to let you talk as Aegis this time.
Fucking,
Do you want me to talk for her? I can do it.
I'd rather.
Okay.
I'm not going sentimental.
All right, that's fine. I don't mind. I wanted to see what you can do for him, but you're playing his battle tactics better than I will. So,
well, yeah, he's versus a friend, so he probably doesn't want to hurt her.
Yeah, well, that's true too. He's trying to be the protector. Gilgamesh, you hear him say a word that you've never heard from even Carbine, and Aegis looks over to the cloud. He kind of takes a few steps forward with his hands up. Zia, calm. Remember to breathe in through your audio. Pick up everything around you, but focus on the sound. Use your audio. Listen to us. You can hear us. You just hear hissing from the fog. And Aegis keeps trying to talk to her. She doesn't seem to be advancing. You don't hear movement within the fog too much. And he keeps calling out to her, Zia, please calm. Use the audio. Listen. Hear us. We're not here to hurt you. We just want to help. Please. You just keep getting hissing from the fog. At this point, she suddenly radiates another power blast. You can see it in the fog, and this time it knocks out the light again. but this time they come back up, but it took a little longer. It's still dark in the room. You still hear her hissing, but it sounds more feral sounding now. At this point, Gilgamesh, it's your turn. Because he looks back at you like, I don't know what else I can do right now.
I want to drop the concentration for fog cloud, but I don't know if that disperses it. Because the text for it says it lasts for the duration or until a wind of moderate or greater speed disperses it.
Well, there's no wind in there anyway.
Yeah. So I don't think I can just do anything about it now. I inadvertently created a cover for her, but that's fine.
Yeah, it doesn't say you can, so.
Well, I mean, if it has to be dispersed that way, it's fine. I can work around it. I was just thinking because it's a concentration spell, it should be able to drop, but it's fine. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to create a minor illusion of myself standing in the exact position where I am in, and I'm going to move around the cloud about 20 feet. So say I'm standing there, and I'm going to go about, we'll say maybe about here.
Okay.
So, or at least like somewhere where I can see where I was standing, because I'm going to prepare my second action for if she does strike at the minor illusion.
You just hear the hissing from the fog still, but she has no idea you've moved because she's not in her mind right now. So she's still focused on those points. Is there anything you want to else you can do or want to do that you?
I'm just readying my second action for when she does come out and attack the minor illusion. I'm going to attempt to grab her and restrain her.
All right. So it's her turn. She is sitting in the cloud. She's going to do something here. Ooh, okay. She runs out of the cloud and tries to not attack Aegis, but she kind of stops within range where she's just in and out of that cloud. And she's perched ready to strike, but her optics are focusing in and out. The colors are just going nuts. She looks like a disco almost going off, but she's not. She's just flickering in that. You hear her words echoing through this chamber. Get away from me! And you hear her saying it through her caracal form, though. And she hisses real loud. And she runs back into the fog cloud. And that's the end of her turn. They just kind of stumble back a little bit, like, whoa, what? And you hear him call out, Zia, please calm. Remember, it's us. We're not trying to hurt you. We want to help you. Is there anything, Overload, you want Aegis to do physically? I'm leaving the physical movement up to you. Ouch.
I did want to ask, with the current situation of Carbine, to Aegis's knowledge, this overload thing, is it like what would this be classified as? Like a status effect of some sort? Or...
It's a type of internal effect, so it would be something that's afflicting her. It's not like a poison or anything. It's just something's not right, and it causing her this pain and overload.
So
It's
it
like
wouldn't be
setting out.
classified as. So it wouldn't be classified as a disease nor condition.
You could say condition, yeah, because it is a part of minicon, so it's like a condition for them. It is. It would be classified like a disease, but it's a condition on their
Sounds
part.
like an evolution. Mike.
Mhm.
And then that spell probably wouldn't work. What could he do? What feats does he have?
Actually, that one you were talking about, go ahead and show it up. I don't know which one. I can't see it, so can you ping it up?
I was thinking this one would work, but it does specify on what conditions.
Well, this is that version, so I have to adapt it to. Yeah. Okay, blind.
Like,
yeah,
this
that
is more
one
of like a
was.
condition of like mind control. It sounds like.
Wait, mind control. Oh,
Just based on what she said so far, it sounds like it might be some form of mind control.
so would this be classified that they are in a frightened state?
Yes. Frightened, rage, it's fluctuating. But yes, she is scared.
Then, if I'm correct about something, Aegis will probably want to go forward. Probably not too forward because cloud. So he couldn't really see through it even if he
No.
wanted to.
He's pretty much, yeah, right, kind of in. You're just past the outskirt of it, so.
But I'm guessing I wouldn't be within 10 feet of her.
Not if you unless you know exactly where she's at in there in that cloud.
Which would not really be the case.
Yeah, you're kind of walking in blindly is what happens because you don't know exactly where she's at.
I would like to do something if possible.
Hmm.
I would like to get in the room.
Oh Jesus! Sorry, scared the crap out of me.
By
You're
using
saying?
this. I want to get in the room by using this.
Ooh.
Are you shrinking down to do it?
Yeah, you'd have to.
I'm
You
like,
could-
man,
You
I'm
could
being
do
left
this,
out.
but let Aegis finish his, and then you can do it. How's that?
Yeah, I was just
Uh,
seeing if it was possible.
Yeah, I think it would be possible if you could make yourself just small enough to fit through. But let Aegis do his thing.
Okay.
He would be
the only
trying
thing
his
is
best not to harm.
I may have an idea on how to help.
Yes, she is a minicon. Aegis, Carbine, yeah, are minicons. I almost called somebody else the wrong name too. I was thinking of.
I'll spell it again.
Or you can have me talk to her again. It's all the moves you gotta make. It's like, holy...
Oh, wait, actually, hold up. I'm gonna move closer towards Gilgamesh. And then, because I still have my action, command approach.
Okay.
The target must move towards you by the shortest and most direct route, ending its turn within 5 feet of you.
Spell save 14. Alright. I gotta find the right. Oh, okay.
I was going through my list of stuff and realized that I have something that would really help the situation.
She got a 17.
Damn.
So she's still in there hissing away at you.
Then, yeah, talk again. There's not much.
As Aegis is standing there and he tries that, you can just hear the hiss is really loud. And she's just screaming like she's in pain at moments. Stay away from me! And you can see this pulse of light flash out real quick. But you can't exactly see where it came from, but it just... And the lights, again, everything goes... And this time it's lasting a lot longer. You hear Varish come over. Whatever you guys are doing back there is going to wreak havoc on everything, and we were going to lose power. And all of a sudden the lights dim back up a bit. And you can hear Aegis for a moment from all of you. You can hear him talking out loud. Look it, I've tried talking to her. Why don't you talk to her? Well, I don't know. You're the one in there. Why don't you try and communicate with her? What do you mean you can't? It's not my problem. Look, I can't do anything if she's not going to listen to it. What do you want me to do? Hit her? I think she's going to mess me up more. And he's sitting there arguing with nobody. But he's talking to somebody. And you just hear him, Gilgamesh, you just hear this, and you see him, like, talking to somebody, but nobody's there. And he's just like, look it, why don't you get your lazy butt out here and do something about it? I can't figure out what's happening.
So I'm seeing Aegis have a conversation with nobody there.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna call it to Aegis. Aegis, who are you talking to?
He's... Shut up for a moment, will you? Okay, thank you. Yeah. Sorry. I'm talking with the others, the other mini-cons. Oh my.
Yes, the sofa.
And at this point, Void Striker, I'm going to say you've shrunk down, and you were able to squeeze through the door. Tightly. Squeeze through the door.
I don't care if I'm scratching my paint job.
You can fix yourself. Don't worry about it.
So, do I need to roll initiative now?
Yes. Try not to laugh. Because all I see is this sight of this little Void Striker squeezing through this opening. I'm just like,
Oh, man.
You're standing outside looking through the hole, and you can just see lights dimmed. You see movement and a fog of cloud fog in there, just sitting in there. And you see Void Striker's rear end from where you're at, but he's a little smaller right now. So at this point, you're all mostly in there, and I mean, Overload, if you want to try and force the door open now that there's a hole there to pull on, you could try if you want to get in there that badly.
He can squeeze through.
Barely. Well, actually, you could probably get.
I mean,
maybe
the
an
door's
arm
already
ahead.
ripped open like a tin can. I mean,
Yeah.
all he's got to do is just push his way through.
Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, so if you wanted to make like a strength check on that, you could try and force it open right now. That'd be hilarious.
Let the poor boy in.
Come on, roll a 100 like somebody else did.
I'll do so with my rocket charge, so that way I would have an advantage.
I'm gonna collate man through.
For the advantage, 20.
Oh yeah.
And that's what you hear from him. There you go. You punch right through the door, and it rips open like a tin can. Literally, it peels back, and you're just standing there with your fist.
Time to join the party.
He's
No,
over
you-
there just flexing. Just, oh yeah.
So now you're all in this room. You see in the center this fog. Let me see. How long did it say you can keep that up for? What, a minute?
It lasts an hour unless
an
it
hour.
gets dispersed.
All right. So this, I wanted to make sure. I was like, wait, how long is that?
Yeah,
last?
that's why I was asking earlier.
Low man on the totem
Oh, that's
pole.
4.
That's all right. Don't worry. You're gonna die either way, so it's okay. Or maybe you'll get Gilgamesh's leg finally. I don't know.
Don't tempt me.
So, as you're all standing in this room, you hear her hissing. Void Striker, she is just... You hear how mad she is, but there's just something's not right still. You see Aegis talking to himself. You both see him kind of ranting at himself every once in a while. And, like, look, I don't know what to do. And Gilgamesh, it's up to your turn right now. What do you want to try and do?
I has a plan, if you want to listen.
For bot.
Well, I mean, you
That's
can
bot
hatch
booty.
your plan on your turn. I still need to figure out what I need to do.
I'm just saying, you would help with my plan.
I mean, is there
Collaborate.
something I'm setting up for you? Because I'm not sure what I'm doing for that.
Communicate
I
with
need
each
her
other.
unable to be moved. You know, she can't move.
Oh, I can do that.
Oh, God. What have I done to you all?
Yeah, because I don't have anything like disabling, unless let me see what does this have
Nope.
any status
Okay.
effect?
It's bot booty. That's what it is.
No, that's just for damage. Yeah, because I don't have anything that would cause a status effect. So, yeah, that disabling would have to be up to overload.
Okay.
You can try and talk to her again if you want. It's up to you. I mean, I'm just throwing out options.
I can, but I'm also planning my plan B. So yeah, first I'm going to attempt to reach out to I'm gonna call it the carbine. I'm gonna just say Carbine, remember how we trained. Remember what I taught you. You can get through this.
You hear a transformation. You know it's not from you, so you know it's got to be her. You hear, I am not Carmine. I am not. And you could hear, it sounds like she's slamming your fists down or stomping or something, but you can't see her. I am not. Who am I? And you just hear her screaming and raging.
Bro, I am not equipped for this. I don't have anything for this. God damn it.
I have everything for this.
I'm just gonna
That's
ready. I'm readying a defensive action. If she happens to get near me, I'm going to ready a spell.
I was gonna say you could possibly help me with something.
Okay, Gilgamesh, I want you to roll me. How about this? I want you to roll me a perception.
Okay.
Just roll me a perception right now.
Yep.
Mm.
11. Never mind, Meg.
What's that making it now? Hang on. Intelligence model?
16.
Oh, shit.
Yeah,
Okay.
+5.
You can kind of hear her movement is still somewhere around the center of the platform right now. You can hear what she sounds like. She's walking around frantically and moving a bit here and there, but she's still somewhere near the center. That's what you can tell.
I'm just going to relay that information to the rest of the guys. She's somewhere in the center.
Aegis kind of looks over. She is... Something's going on, but yeah. Okay. And... in one of your space compartments. Alright, so... Are you... I'm assuming you're done with your turn then, right, Gilgamesh?
Yep,
Or-
like I said, I'm just running an action if she
Ooh.
comes.
Okay.
If she comes near me.
Alright, she tries to take a swipe at Aegis, but misses. Like, she's just swinging out with her fist. She's... And...
Oh wait, so she got close?
just for a moment, they're both still in the fog. She's just kind of swinging wildly, so she's at disadvantage right now.
And plus, she can't really see outside
No.
unless she steps out of it.
You're
so,
kind of
yeah.
both within it, but she's taking a swing. Aegis is just close, but she's not able to hit him, so she's at disadvantage. She takes another swing. She's somewhere on the platform swinging at nothing. And you hear her kind of move back, because Aegis is really close. He hears her kind of move back. She's more back away from him on the platform.
The reason why I was asking if she got close is because Aegis does have an aura.
Oh crap! Yeah, he does. But
Yeah,
she's so frantic.
which-
She's still in the fog though, so yes, she'll
Which
see a bit of.
cancels out frighten.
So that would explain the rage she has right now. Because I was just like, wait, she's pissed off right now because she's trying to argue with herself, but she's sitting
Oh,
still
so
on that.
you took away one thing, and now we're
Yes.
dealing with the next thing.
Yes, in a sense of you're
From stage
dealing
1 to
with-
stage 2, let's
Yeah.
go!
Couldn't you take away the rage instead? God. All right. Aegis is standing there. She's done. So it's Aegis' turn. Do you want her to do anything, Overload? Or him to do anything? Oh.
There's not much I can do considering this fucking fog!
All right, he's going to talk to her. Gia, where are you? Please. Focus on us. Remember, we're friends. Nobody's my friend. You all just want to experiment on me. You're all just them. And she's just losing it all over the place. And she sounds mad. And you can hear her pounding again on something. You don't know what it is, but Aegis can feel the platform rattling underneath his feet. And it's still a nope. So, if you don't want him to do anything else, we will defer over to
He
Void Striker.
physically can't.
No, it's
He needs eyesight.
Yeah, Void Striker. I'm gonna let it go to you now.
Oh, so it's finally my turn.
Yes.
Alright. There's not much I can do because, you know, I require help for what I want to do.
No, there's no help for you. You need to do this solo. Get on with it.
I'm going to move forwards. Use a free action to talk to Carbine. I can only help you if you let me.
Stay away from me, you Decepticon scum. You just want to experiment on me. Stay away
I'd
from
like
me.
to
You're just yelling and
use
screaming.
my action to disarm all my weapons in front of her. I'm going to eject them from my body.
You hear her stop. It's a trick. You're going to try and trap me. You're going to try to. I know you are. I can't see you, but I know you're trying to trick me.
I'm going to... My red lights are going to go back to blue. And I'm going to set my vents to shine as brightly as possible so she knows exactly where I am.
She starts to notice the glow, but she's the trap. You're gonna try and take me. You're gonna try and do what you did to me. You're gonna keep trying to. And you start, shut up! Bam, bam! And she just starts pounding on the grating on the floor. You both feel this movement.
I'm simply going to extend my hand and my turn.
You guys just feel her pounding. She's just... It sounds like extreme pain and rage all at the same time. She's just... It sounds like she's hurting. Overload, it's your turn. The actual Overload, not Aegis.
Well, you
Overload.
step up and then realize, well, what the fuck am I supposed to do?
You just wanted to be in the room.
You just want to be a participant. You just Kool-Aid
get
man
a
through the doors.
participation.
Oh yeah, you're just like,
Participation.
wait, what am I
trophy.
doing?
Oh my god. Are you... Is there anything you can do? How's that? Do you want to try and do? Do you want to try and talk to her? This
I
time I
barely
can't
know
talk.
her.
It's up to you. You don't have to
Do
say anything.
you
You can...
have like something that could disable her? Do you have something that could blow
I can't.
away the
However-
smoke? Do you...
However, I can't do anything because you put up the smoke. Everything requires me to have line of sight. And I currently have no line of sight.
Okay, she's not going to.
You
So
fucked
someone-
us instead.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
The most I can do is fucking smash something and hope the phone goes away.
Didn't.
Okay.
It's like
Overload?
okay, but she can't hit
Whoa,
me,
no, that
so.
sneaky boys is you, boy.
Okay, Overload is. I'm assuming you're going to say you're done with your turn then, if you're not going to do anything or can do anything. Oh my god. So.
Okay, you know what? How about this? Because I'm not sure if this works or not. Divine Sense.
Ooh.
No, they're probably. Yes, actually, you can open. Isn't it the next turn?
It's just what would equate to being celestial fiend or undead?
I'm guessing Celestial would be Autobots, Fiend would be Decepticons, Undead. I'm guessing whatever the fuck.
Well, Celestial would probably be the mark of Primus, and Undead would probably be the mark of Unicron.
Okay, roll me a roll me a perception overload real quick with that. I'm gonna just doing something here.
Nat 20.
Not
Fuck you!
boy.
I hate you all.
Yeah.
That's it. I'm going to fudge the calculations on here and make... God. But no. Okay. With Divine Sense, you can pick up where she's at. And you can feel something wrong on her, like in her. And it's not the overload. Not you, Overload, but the overload in her system. It's something else. You're picking up something you guys have encountered before and have dealt with, and you can feel it. And with that nat 20, you sense this is one of those damn devices in her. She's being controlled.
Alright. So remember that free action I wasn't gonna use?
Okay.
She's planted!
Okay.
What the fuck you want me to do?
As you do
Let's-
that,
I'm gonna say she's planted, and considering I technically have line of sight now, whole person.
you can see within range. Target must wisdom saving throw,
She is in bot form, so she would be humanoid.
and also she beats it. So she's not
Are you
restrained.
sure about that?
Alright.
She has to roll another. And she must make a charisma saving throw.
She
passed?
still beats it.
Man.
With your attempt on that, why does it happen now? Okay. You're all in the room. Suddenly, the fog, you guys can see something glowing really super bright. And you can
That's
see
not good.
her in her bot form, and she's holding her arms up like she's fighting something, but she's, stay away from me! Boom! And the room lights up, and the fog dissipates. You guys get launched back against the walls, and you get offline for a few moments. You're all laying there, and
Yeah, well done.
you can't really move very well. You feel like you've been EMP blasted. Your bodies are trying to fight back against it and trying to move. It feels like you're being radiated by something. Even Carbine, is illuminated right now, but you guys can't really see her too well. Even Aegis is getting affected, and he's just going, okay, this is new, and he's fighting to try and get up.
I'm blind.
And you guys can see, you don't have to worry, you guys can see, but the problem is you can't move very well. And you see the illumination
So-
come down, and you see Carbine just looks about the height of Aegis at this point, but her optics are red. And she looks up and snaps her eyes up at each one of you and looks across.
I got a question, Matrix.
Yeah.
This EMP would effectively be classified as paralyzed, yeah?
Yes. It's not a full-on paralyze. It's just the systems are rebooting and trying to get back online.
But it does count
And
as a paralyzed.
Yeah.
Yes, it does still classify. Yes.
So theoretically, I could do this.
But to whom are you doing this to?
Aegis would have to do it to himself because he's alone.
Yeah. We can't. You're not in range of us touching. We can only move to touch ourselves.
Yeah. So,
Asshole.
Aegis and Void are unparalyzed.
Alright. Aegis kind of stumbles up a bit. Void, you get up as well, right? Or is it Overload? Wait, Overload?
It's Void.
Void.
Void and
Void,
Aegis get
you
back
know.
up.
You two are getting back up. He runs up and transforms in midair. She's got a bit of a different form now, and she slams into you, Void Striker, slamming you against the wall, and you kind of slide down it at the impact she hit. And she
so
keeps...
the thing is, I have another very important question.
Because you never enlarged, did you?
No, it's not that. I'm just saying, would this technically work on the device embedded in her?
Not really. Because it's a physical device inside of her. You guys would have
Object
to
or
remember.
magical effect?
It's it could, but the problem is you would have to. That one would have to be. Let me see. Hang on. Let me think. 'Cause you could. No, because well, hang on. If I did that. You could try it. Let's shoot. Let's try it. What'd she have to
Alright,
beat?
well,
Wait, a 17?
Uh-huh.
She beat it.
Well, no. The thing is that from what it says, any spell that's third level or lower on the target ends. So, is it third level or lower? Like classifying this.
Not this one.
Okay, if not, then Void has to roll using the DC equal to 10 plus the spell level. So, what would the spell level be classified as?
If we could,
I'd say third level, because I don't have access to fourth level yet.
No, I mean, the device. What level would that be classified as?
this one, you as Overload would detect it. Since you're the one who detected it, it would be a higher, I guess. Yeah, it would be a higher level device because this one is a more advanced version of what you guys have found so far.
So we could assume that's probably either 6th or 7th level.
Exactly. I was like, I'm like,
Meaning-
So I need
6,
to roll.
7.
Meaning Void has to be either 16 or 17.
Yes.
And if he fails,
works,
then
yeah.
it doesn't end. If it succeeds, then the spell ends.
Yes.
Alright, you guys ready?
No.
Oh,
Oh shit.
Hey, and you know, I beat it.
That goddamn thing. That's it. I'm gonna have you all captured and stripped down to level 1. So she starts running at Aegis.
I think it's
And-
me, Void Striker.
No, she was running at you. Or yeah, she's running at you, Void Striker. She stops for a second, and you can see her optics are kind of flickering right now. She's just staring at you. Why did I say Aegis? I'm thinking Aegis. And she's just kind of not moving for a moment. You can see her ears kind of twitching around, but they're still kind of back. Like she's really pissed off at you guys. As you guys do. Oh my god. Okay. Another blast of energy comes off of her and you guys get launched back. But you, Void Striker and Aegis, do not get knocked down this time. It's more controlled. It's like you could see her suppressing the energy coming off of her. And you can hear her kind of open her mouth as a caracal, but she's speaking. Get away from me! I will hurt you all! And her optics kind of flickering back and forth still. And you see her move back away from you all. And she goes, I can't stop them. I
Let
can't.
me help.
And another blast. Let's see. Oh, yeah, it did. Oh, crap. Okay, this blast wasn't as bad. She just... You could feel a little wave come off. She's really suppressing it. You can hear Aegis. If she contains this, she's going to hurt herself. Or destroy herself. We need to stop her now. And...
Tell me when it's my
oh
turn.
my god.
yeah, I'm kind of waiting on my turn as well.
You guys are knocked out. Shut up.
Hey, you said we're paralyzed.
As you do, hang on. Okay. Gilgamesh, you
Yes.
see Carbine in pain, you can see her in her clerical form. She's kind of to the one side furthest away from you on the platform, and you see her arching up like she's twitching and trying to resist whatever's happening.
My turn.
Yep. You see her looking at you, and you see the tears start to run down her face. Do not want to hurt you. And you see her shaking and trying to resist.
I'm just gonna say out to the carbine, and I'm going to extend my hands outward a little bit. I'm sorry. And I'm going to cast this in non-lethal damage.
Ooh, okay. Oh, dexterity save. Oh, okay.
A ball of energon begins to form in my hands and begins to spark an arc within my hands.
She is just looking at you, and you can see her nod, and she just closes her eyes tightly, like she's just bracing for it.
And he throws his hands out and fires the lightning bolt for 8d6. So let's see. I need to. Yeah.
Ooh, you did a chunk of damage.
That is. So yeah, she needs to roll a dex saving throw, and she needs to beat a 14. Unless she's just accepting the damage.
She doesn't resist.
Okay, yeah. So then she'll take the full 21
You
non-lethal lightning damage.
you hear her scream though in pain. It has to end, please. It's all lies. And you could see her. She could see her little bit of smoking coming off of her from it still. Even though it's non-lethal, she still exhibits some of the pain from it. You want to do anything else?
Does she look like she's close to being knocked unconscious?
Not yet. She looks in pain, but she's not there yet.
I'm going for broke, and I'm hitting her again with it.
Okay.
$26.
She closes her eyes just as it impacts her, and you just hear her scream in agonizing pain. And lie. It was a lie. And you see her optics flicker to the red. You didn't think you'd stop me that easily. And then, get out of my head! And she's just screaming back and forth.
I've done everything I can do on my turn. That's it.
Overload, I'm going to switch to you on this one. It's your turn. You see this Caracal mini-con cat sitting there. She's kind of afraid looking, and she's resisting whatever's happening to her.
Okay, if I go off the assumption that that she's rolling saves, can I send a command to Aegis to do something?
Yes.
I'm gonna have him cast a spell because I'm guessing Carbine counts as an enemy and an ally at this current point.
Mm-hmm.
Then this would affect her.
Mm-hmm.
less. So, she'll get a D4 that she can roll on her saving throws.
Oh shit! Nice. Oh, I need.
And considering, I'm guessing me and Gilgamesh are still paralyzed, send the 2 other points to me and Gilgamesh.
You guys are able to move a little more.
Does that remove my paralysis?
Yeah,
'Cause
pretty
all
much
I'm able to do is really
It-
throw out an attack.
Yes, you can. At this point, your paralysis will be up. At this point now,
Okay.
so both of you are free to move. As you are all standing there, you hear, and she looks at you, Gilgamesh. I'm sorry, I can't contain this anymore. And she transforms into her bot form. She stands there, twitching and arcing, and she looks at you. I'm sorry. You need to get away from me. Aegis, you can see him reach out. Zia, please don't do this.
I'm gonna lunge and grab and restrain her.
Hang on. Did it? Oh.
And if I need to, I will use my beast form to do it.
I was also going to say, I could technically assist in this.
You guys see her start to light up as you all start to try and go for her. As you do, a first wave comes off of her and pushes you guys back. Doesn't knock you prone or anything, doesn't paralyze you. You just slide back and you feel your claws and your feet sliding back. I'm assuming, Gilgamesh, you turned into your beast form.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment, because I'm lunging for her.
Shut up, I think
And
it's
I'm
cool. You're
using-
transformed. There we go. I said you are.
Yeah.
I like your beast form. Shut up. No, and you see, you're literally sliding back from this. You're all sliding back, literally scratching into the floor and pulling into it as she radiates out. As you guys do, Overload, you see something whip past you, and it's like almost like a bluish green streak fly right past you. And Void Striker, you're kind of standing there. You see this thing, Overload, from the back. You see kind of Void Striker there. It whips between you two. And as it passes through the field that's hitting you guys, you can see it almost like it's not even phasing it. It penetrates right through. And you hear this. And it slams into her, launching her back with it into her. And hits the wall, and she's out cold. She's laying there unconscious at this point. And you see her just bigger now, a little stronger, but there's something still wrong. That's the end of your combat with her.
I'm going to go pick her up and I'm going to take her down to medical.
Oops, why is that playing? Why did I click that? I didn't want to click that.
Considering that they would have to pass me.
Before you can pick her up,
I was gonna.
yeah, you can still. You can heal her up, but you guys suddenly see a new bot standing there. And he turns around as you approach Gilgamesh. He's a little taller than both Aegis and Carbine. He's more like along the height of Nyx, who has currently left the station, and you guys don't know why. But you're looking at Drift. And he's like, "Sup, dudes?" And he just kind of looks at him. "Really? What? You told me to handle it. I did." He's
Who
got
is this rude little guy?
Really did. You're harshing my vibe.
I'm ignoring what's going on, and I'm gonna be scanning my room for damages.
You see a lot of damages happen. Some of the names are scuffed up or scratched up.
There may or may not be some electrical burns from a
Yeah.
certain lightning bolt as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of.
I'm gonna go start fixing my room.
You see, Drift kind of looks down at her. I figured she needed to be out for this, dude. So, and he kind of like does this like, kind of funky sign towards you, like, so.
I guess better late than never.
I wasn't late. I was right on time. Otherwise, she would have blown you guys up, dude.
Yeah, that happened like what, 5, 6 times?
Ah, it's all chill, man. Come on. Besides that, need to get her sister here going. And he leans down to her. Yeah. What the heck is in her, dude? What's going on here?
Well,
And he looks over
I'm
at
hoping you can figure that out.
He looks over to Aegis. He's like, dude, you didn't see this? He's looking at all of you.
I mean, I did.
Yeah.
I
Little
even called
big
it.
dude. He's like,
I'm just gonna turn towards Gilgamesh. I feel like smashing him. Is that all right?
and he just turns to you, dude. Just chill. Look, we're on the same team,
I
right?
appreciate you all trying to sort this out.
Is
do it
he
in
in
the
his
med
bot
bay.
form or his turtle form?
He's in his bot form right now. You see his back kind of has like a shell, but he is more of a cyan, bluish purples. It kind of goes in a wave down across his whole body, even.
Does he seriously look like a Ninja Turtle?
Well, he doesn't have the bandana or anything, and his head doesn't look like that.
Well, no,
he looks
but
like
I
a
mean,
bot, but
otherwise, like he's
Rishi?
like literally a Ninja Turtle.
he kind of
Nice,
his
Master
shell
Rishi.
his shell moves a little differently though. It moves around in pieces. So what you saw was him fly in. You just saw a big blue streak, and he slammed into her. Yeah. And
He's Master Rishi, but it's different.
he literally slammed into her, knocking her out cold at the speed he was going at. He's like, dude, can we take care of her first? Because like, little dudette here is like really hurting, and I don't like what's happening to her. Do you guys have a medical like person for Minicon?
I'm gonna drift the coordinates to the med bay.
Cool. And he just hoists her up over his shoulder, and he's like, all right, let's go. And he's like, and he looks around. I said, let's go, dudes. This is kind of like important. And he does his fingers up like he's making it into a quote. It's like, come on.
I'm squinting angrily at him as I'm just following behind him.
I don't like him. I'm just gonna follow.
And he just kind of joins you, Overload.
I'm understanding why the rest of him don't like him either.
This is my first time meeting him, and I don't like him.
And he just kind of hits you on the leg. Yeah, he's acquired something. And he turns back to you, and he just looks at you, Gilgamesh, and he's like, sorry. Yeah, I don't know. Just go with it. You see this bot lifting her up and just walking by, and he passes through all the rooms like he knows where he's going, and he stops a few times, and he looks around, and he's like, dude, this place looks like it could see better days. Talk about old tech. He keeps on walking. You guys make it to the med bay, and as he passes through, the minicons are, hey, chill over. Somebody's home, sorry. The robot dog is just going nuts. It's a malfunction. But you see him go in, and he stops and looks at the minicons. What's up, bros and sisses? What's up? And he keeps on walking after that. He gets in there. Give me a second before I just throttle the dog. I'll be right back.
Sounds like the dogs are threatening to tell the misses on him. He almost killed another minigun.
Well, no, that's what you're trying to purposely avoid. It's just nothing else is working. So I was like, all right, with non-lethal damage, we're gonna just have to knock her out.
Yeah, because that's something that I think would have worked, but the problem is it has to be used on a
Okay,
willing
shut up, all of
creature.
you, or I'll send the
Well,
robot
like
dog
I was
after you.
waiting, I was waiting for anything else to work, but it's like okay.
Yeah, because as I was thinking about it during the comment, it's like technically, magic items in this would be energon items. This is a chip. Wouldn't dispel magic work?
Sort of.
And another thing was that Aegis has removed curse. So I was like, would it count as a curse? But no, it would be more classified as a magic item.
Yeah, it's. I need to work on that one because that item is very odd and it's annoying too because I created something that annoys me. So anyway,
After almost traumatizing Galaxy Star in the chat.
Look at dudes, come on. All right, as he walks into the med bay, Felix turns around and he just doesn't say a word. He just looks
By the way,
down.
if there's anybody left in this goddamn room, I'm going to unpolitely tell them to leave.
It just so happens
Like,
everybody.
fuck off!
Yeah. Nobody actually is in there with you. Those are just the icons sitting there. So don't worry, they'll get moved. Move your damn icons. No, I'm kidding.
Give me a sec.
Hey, where am I going?
There. I'm gonna move her off the map for a moment. So I'm gonna put her there. That way it's. Uh-oh. Grabbed her icon and stretched it. Oops. Oh, there we go. I'm just gonna toss her in one of these rooms. There we go. All right. As Drift comes in, he's like, "Sup, dude?" And it's like, I'm just gonna use one of these." And he walks over to the more advanced bed, the one you were on, Gilgamesh, and he lays her down carefully. And he's like, "Dude, come over and help me." And he turns back. "Oh, nice look, dude." And he's looking at Aegis. "I need your help over here." And he just like, "I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just a guard, remember?" Just kind of like, not whatever. Okay.
I will send Skimp to come help.
And he looks over. And he looks at Felix. "You medical dude?" And Felix is still sitting there with his mouth wide open, just looking. And he kind of just like, "What? Another one?" Just kind of stared. "Dude, you gonna help me?"
Hey, dude, isn't this your job?
Is he speaking in a language they understand?
Yep. You guys can hear him. He's talking to all of you.
No, but I mean, like, everyone can hear him.
Yeah. Just like Aegis. You guys could all hear Carbine as well.
Huh.
You just figured that one out, Dave?
No. What I'm referring to the fact that the rest of the crew can hear him,
Yes.
not just us.
I mean,
Everybody
they were able
can
to hear
figure it out.
Aegis.
They can hear Aegis
I
as
was
well.
able to hear them. That was the biggest hint you got.
Yeah.
well, that's what I mean. Like I'm referring to the three of us. Like
Yeah.
I know the three of us can hear him. I'm saying like Felix and like the rest of the crew, the rest of the NPCs.
Remember, I don't have
They
a
can hear
minicon.
now.
I can't understand minicon language.
I get that, but never mind.
Yeah. Leader Killer, thank you
Yeah.
for joining us for this. Oh, look at this rating with Party A. Welcome,
Hey,
join
leader.
us.
Hey, bud,
Leader.
thank you, man. Appreciate it.
You're just doing an interesting part where everybody hates a bot I created. Yeah.
I don't hate
But
him.
no,
I like him.
the
I'm ready to
minicon
stab him.
right now, Aegis, you guys could hear before. Everybody could hear him. He's able to translate over. This guy, he's already knowledgeable in your stuff because he's been in your systems and looking at all your information. Carbine didn't know. She, in a sense, somebody said the words evolved. But again, wasn't a very good one. So you see Drift hanging over top of this turtle, and he's just sitting there, and he goes, "Dude, I need help." And Felix finally snaps, "Oh, okay." He comes over. He kind of gets on the other side of the table. He's like, "What do you want me to do?" And he's like, "We need to get whatever that thing is in her out, but I need to know where exactly it's at." And you see his hands open up, and his arms kind of these other devices come out. Void Striker, you've never seen devices like this before.
Well, I'm walking into the room now.
Yeah. So when you get there, I'm warning you, this is what you wouldn't even recognize these devices. So you guys are looking at these, and it just is like, yeah, this is standard stuff for engineers.
Felix, do you have something like thin and tiny?
He's like, I've got all kinds of stuff here, so I'm using the smallest stuff I got.
I'm going to walk up and offer an optic cable to Drift.
He looks at you like, really, dude? Can't you just look at that
And right
front, that primitive
Right as he
screen?
says that, I'm going to transform my head and show him the scans, which I'm doing.
I was gonna say I still see it.
Oh, excellent. Dude, you come over here. Get over here. Tell me exactly where it's at. Let me see your eyes. Screw this. Never mind you. And he shoos you away, Void Strike. He's like, dude, come here. And he wants you right next to him. And he's like, let me get down here. You're awfully tall. You're a big dude, too. He's like, dude. He's like yelling.
I'm going to fix one of Drift's problem for him. I'm just going to, shrink. Overload.
And he's like, kind of liked you bigger, dude, but this works. He takes a cable and he goes, I guess we're doing this old school. You guys don't have wireless, I guess. Plink, and he plugs into you, and suddenly you're just like, whoop.
And divine sense.
And he's seeing through. Excellent, dude, you're beneficial right now. Otherwise,
I'm helpful.
I'd tell you to go find an airlock and jettison yourself if you get in my way. You dude, medical
What?
dude.
You
What's
tell
your
me
name?
that, and this piss is gonna go right to your skull.
Oh, you couldn't even try. Whatever. And he's like, he's really chilled and mellow. He's just like, whatever, dude. I'm just messing with you. He bumps you with his elbow. He's like, okay, just stay still. I need to be able to see what you're seeing very well. He's like, okay, Felix, right? Yeah, I heard them call you that. Is that your name? He's like, yeah. I need you to. We're gonna have to separate this right here. This wherever this thing is at is deep in her. She must have been in some kind of transformed state or something. Do you guys know when this was put in, by chance? He's looking around at all of you. He's asking the question.
I have a rough guess.
Well,
By the fire we just had.
no. From what your scans detect, dude, this has been in here for a while. You sure it's been in here that long?
I don't know.
I mean,
That's the
I
first
think
one
it's
I'm
been
seeing.
longer. I swear by the connections. And he goes, we got to get it out now, though, because if she comes to, we're in trouble.
Evidently, it's a different kind of chip from what we had scanned before.
What do you mean? Another? You got
I'm
one of
going to
these?
bring up the reference materials.
Yeah.
I actually have one on me. I pull out one of the stasis chips.
And he just grabs it from me. He looks at it. And this one's a less advanced one. But it's almost the same. There's some more stuff there.
Can I get a look at the one that's in there by chance?
And he's like, plug into him.
Hook on up.
I'm going to hook up.
He's a TV. We're plugging in.
Do I recognize like any creator marks or anything from this?
You guys, you pull it up and you visually see this chip glowing in there because it's like you're seeing like a holographic over top of her, but you see similar stuff to some products that are out there that some people have modified.
Does it clearly have Shockwave's mark on it is what I'm looking for?
It has something that looks like it's been added on from somebody named Shockwave. There's a Decepticon symbol there that's very similar to one he uses.
I'm immediately gonna say the original design is shockwaves. It's been modified.
And you see Drift stop. And he goes, I don't like Decepticons, and I'm using use an exception as he bumps you, Overload. And he
I'm an
goes,
ex-Decepticon, but okay.
I know. She talked about you. So I'm giving you benefit of the doubt, dude. All right? Let's just get this thing out of her. I don't want her. We need to flip her over carefully. You, medical dude. Felix, sorry. And he's like, we need to flip her. So you, big boy, here next to me. Help me flip her. So you guys all grab her and you slowly roll her over onto her face, under her stomach. He goes, this is right near her spine where her head is. This is going to be dangerous.
As he says that, I'm going to turn to Drum to say, I will have all my medical knowledge on standby if you need it.
At this point, I don't think you have enough. And he goes, you see one of his things, it almost looks like a scalpel, but he goes in between two panels and he goes, making first incision, and you suddenly hear his tone change. Making first incision. And you can see him, it's almost like it's cutting very carefully.
Question, does this help Drift?
Not really, but you can do it. It might help him a little. He's very advanced, so he's going to be pretty high. He cuts, and Felix is sitting there watching the scans and everything, and he goes, that's in pretty deep. And Drift looks over, yes, it is. And it's very delicate right now. And he opens up the panel where it's sitting at carefully. It's like he's playing with a bomb almost. Like he's just like, and he looks over at Felix, and Felix takes it carefully and sets it to the side. It's her back panel. This is right again near the base of her neck. And he looks. This was installed quite a while ago. Has anybody else touched her? Like, modified
I wish
her?
to examine her, but the others wouldn't let me. Nor will she.
Not knowing you very well, but I know who you are.
We did have a medical scan of her back when we were dealing with the stasis chips issue, but they never found anything then.
It could be when we first fought the arachnid girl, where she kind of ambushed us.
Or perhaps she already had it when you found her.
No.
You said you found her in a shockwave lab, didn't you?
Well, it's possible, but if this chip is anything like that one, he could have put it in here, but we need to get it out. You guys talk amongst yourself, and he's in and out of in points of his accent. You can hear him go to the dude every once in a while, but he comes back to this. I'm going to remove the contacts now. And you can see him slowly cutting. Felix, could you please? And he changes posture and tone, and you see the shell on his back fold up more and compact. And you see more of his bot form, and you see all the coloring, and you can hear something in his head, and it's just a. It's his optics doing their thing.
Is Aegis in the room with us?
Yes, he's standing there. He's just like, he hasn't changed.
And now I think of it, Aegis probably had a chip in him before.
And he just looks at himself. Do I have one in me now? He's just
Probably
really
not
confused.
anymore since you died and came back.
Oh yeah, but I don't remember being controlled or feeling like whatever happened to her.
Perhaps the activation requires a specific signal or conditions to be met.
Like the arachnid girl dying.
Possibly.
And as you guys are sitting there, he's just coming around. He's cutting connections, and he stops and he goes, I need it quiet right now. And Felix is even like, don't make a sound, motion with his hands. Don't move. and you see little sparks, and you see him flinch a few times, like, I don't like that. And he's sitting there making last one, and you see him take what are a pair of forceps and reach in carefully. He grabs it. I would not touch this if I were you. And he gestures to a container from Felix. That one over there will do. And he sets it inside of it, and he closes the lid tightly, and he goes, do not touch this physically. And he sets it down onto the tray next to him, and he goes, please leave it there for right now. And he goes, we need to put that panel back in place. Everything looks good inside. And he takes the panel and he carefully sets it, and he starts, it's almost like welding, but you don't see a seam where it's being put back in. It's nice and clean cut. There's nothing there though. And he goes, we need to flip her back over now. And you guys roll her back over, and she sits back. Drift unplugs from you, Overload. He goes, thanks, dude. And he flips right back. He's just back to himself.
My head hurts.
Sorry, dude. Sometimes that'll happen with my connections. I pretty overload you a little too much. Overload, right, dude?
I'm starting to hit you again.
Dude, I'll grow on you, and he bumps you. But he looks at the rest of you, so... And he leans around, you, Overload, looks over at you, Gilgamesh, and he goes, so you're Gilgamesh, right, dude?
Yes, you and I have met before.
Yes. Dude. Love the form. He kind of thumbs up you. And he kind of looks around the room. Aegis, bro. And Aegis just kind of rolls his optics like, oh, God, do I have to deal with him now? And he's like, hey, where's Nyx at? We need to talk to her. And Aegis is like, she isn't in the station right now. She left to do something. She hasn't been here for a while. Like, now, when she gets back, I need to talk to her. Dude, let's just chill. She needs a rest for a moment. She'll probably reboot here in a second, but I'm going to warn you all. And you hear his tone slip back. Her mental state will not be very well. Her circuits are pretty jarred. And he kind of steps back. We just got to wait. He's very calm, very collected. His posture, again, is different. He stands there, and he looks up at you, Void Striker. I know who you are, dude. You're supposed to be dead. Nice one.
I get that a lot.
Any good grub around here? I could use something. And he's looking around like, I mean...
Kitchen's over there.
Oh, I got the map. I just wanted to know. I didn't want to have to go that far if I didn't have to, but all right. And he kind of walks off for a
Unless
moment.
you want an energon kit, I always carry one on there.
You always carry one? Dude. Wow. That's like carrying a keg. Dude, I'll just go find something. I'm good. He walks off. He goes through the door, and it opens and closes behind him. And you hear from the other, dude, big screen. We got any games in here?
I'm just gonna slightly draw my sword.
Keep the damage to the station to the minimum. I am going back to fixing the mess.
I'm going to be staying with Carbine until she's well again.
Aegis doesn't move. He wants to stay there with her, but as you guys are sitting there, she starts to move a bit. And you can see her hands and her head kind of moving a little bit. And you can hear, oh. what happened? Her optics aren't on or anything. She's just kind of laying there, moving a little bit. You all notice that her body's a bit bigger, but also there's some other formations on her. But you can't identify what they are. And she's just looking at you all as her optics open, and she's like, everything's kind of blurry. What happened? My head hurts.
It seems you went through another forced transformation.
That why I hurt?
You might hurt for other reasons, but you'll be fine.
I remember. I remember we were landing at that bar, that place. I don't.
That's the last thing you remember?
I. I don't know. I remember being on Phoenix, and I don't. It. I don't. I don't know. I'm not sure. I just remember clear memory of we landed outside of the bar and we had just got off. I remember you had me watch. It's like she's trying to think, and you see her eyes close, and it's like she's trying to really think.
Take your time, work through it.
Yeah, pain. I remember being in between stuff, and then you see her grab her head, and she's you can see her resisting pain. It's like she's feeling immense pain. I remember pain, and then it stopped. Everything feels like a dream now. But now I feel awake. Have I been asleep? I've had nightmares. And she's just kind of looking over at all of you. Is everything okay? What happened?
The worst is past now. You can take your time and get some rest.
Gamble would like to get up on the thing and hold her hand.
As Scamper does, she kind of, oh, hello? And she kind of takes his hand and she's, okay. As you guys are sitting there, the door opens up from the common area, and there's Drift walking in with, like, they look like donuts, and he's eating one. Oh, no, dudes! All right, do that, you're awake! And it's mouthful of food, and he's sitting there, nom, nom. Ah, sorry. Do you want one? And she's kind of looks,
Resisting the urge to throw him out the airlock.
and she looks over at him. And she looks at Aegis, then she looks at you, Overland, and then she looks at you, Gilgamesh. Am I still in the nightmare? And her head kind of falls back, like, oh no.
No.
You can punch
I
it to
certainly
make sure.
hope not.
And you see him walk over, and he's still eating. He's like, look, dude, if it weren't for me, you would be splattered all over the place, and you probably would have taken them out. And she's really confused. What? Oh, I forgot to tell y'all. Her memory's going to take a moment to come back. In 3, 2, 1. Oh, okay. It was a hopeful thought. And she's just looking at him dumbfounded, like, what are you talking about? You want one of these? Might help. And she just looks at him like, no, I don't. Yeah.
Scamper will put his hand up for one.
He flips one up to him. There you go, little dude. Stop. As you do, she lurches forward in pain, grabbing her head. And you see Drift kind of nonchalantly taking another bite out of one of the, like, Energon donut things. And he's like, oh, there it is. Gilgamesh, dude, you were the closest with her. Even though we're close, she relates to you. Just talk to her. We can talk to her too, but she needs somebody she can relate with right now. We'll stay here. We're gonna need to. And his tone changes, and he posture changes, and he sets everything down in front of him, and you see him slightly organizing everything suddenly. Just stay with her. She will be all right, but things. If she was under control, yes, she's going to need us all. She starts screaming in pain because all these memories suddenly hit her. She says, "Ah!" And she kind of stops, and you see her move her hands away from her head, and you see the tears running down. I wanted to kill you? And she looks at you, Gilgamesh, and you just see the tears running down her face. I didn't want to kill you. What? Why did I want to kill you? These memories don't feel right. I don't feel good. I wanted to kill all of you. Why did I want to kill all of you? My head hurts.
No, it clearly wasn't your control.
Control. Why does that sound familiar? Control. Ow.
Gamble will give her a hug.
And she kind of still has one hand to her head, but she holds on to him and kind of like is patting him. It's like, I remember I was hiding. I tried to call to you, but she had a hold of me and I was out. I don't remember much, but I felt pain. And she kind of starts to move her, like where her shoulder blades would be. She kind of reaches back and she puts her hand right where Drift had cut. Back here. I felt pain on my back. And then it went away, and then everything felt like a dream. Nightmare. I thought I was going to see a great spark. I guess not. I remember hearing voices telling me to do certain things, and I would go do them.
It is really me that should be apologizing to you. I should have known there'd have been something more. When Ava had captured you and held you hostage, we looked for the same chips that the others had, but didn't think to look for something a little more below the surface.
As you guys are talking, Kiara comes through the door, kind of rushed, and she stops. What happened? All we know is the power was fluctuating, and is everything okay? Is Carbine okay? And Carbine turns to her and just looks at her and goes, I am doing okay now. I'm okay. And Kiara just, her optics go wide. I can hear her. And she's just pointing. Yes, you can hear me. Gilgamesh, why can't she hear me? Wait. And she points to you over like, can you hear me? It's just, everybody's pointing at everybody here now. It's like, wait a minute.
Gamble gives a thumbs up.
And she's really now Carbine's shocked. Kiara's in shock, and then Kiara kind of moves her finger and she goes, who's this? Drift kind of leans around a little more, and he's like, "Sup, dudette? How you doing? How you doing? Yeah, I'm Drift. Uh, Minicom brothers, these two." And he's like finger gunning it. It's like, and he's looking her up and down like, "Dude, you look
Question:
fine."
when he finger guns, does he drop his plate of donuts?
Well, his donuts are organized on a tray in front of him, so he just turned and just went like, "Hey," and it's like, and she's like, hello, Gilgamesh, we need to have a talk." And she's like looking at him, but she walks over and she goes, "I hate to break this moment, but there's a video message coming to all of us, and it's kind of on like a waiting screen, but this is higher priority. It's taking over all the channels. You're all sitting there," and she goes, "Here," and she taps it. All the video screens come up with it, and you see somebody step into view. You thought you could beat me. Well, I guess my clone wasn't good enough. Guess the Shenix I put out was not enough to create a good enough copy of me. Well, I got what I needed for now." And she's just sitting there laughing. Ava's looking at you. And she's just kind of like, you did cause me to not retrieve one last piece, but I should be able to find what I'm looking for. I'll still have my power. I know you can hear me, Gilgamesh. I hear you're a new leader now. Well, still not going to help you. Still got a bounty on your head. I might try and collect on it, since my clone wasn't good enough. And it also seems your little pet. And poor Scamper's arm starts to get squeezed by Carbine. And you just
offer Carbine the donut.
And she just looks at it for a moment, grins at him, and lets go of him, and pats him. And she just looks at you, Gilgamesh. I remember taking her head. I'd gladly take it again. And you see her grin, just kind of like a smirk, like, "Oh, I so want a piece of you now for making me do what you did." And she goes, "That bitch." That's all you hear.
Scamper will flip off the message screen.
Yeah. Very well put. And she pats the head. But you hear Ava still talking. And she's like, "Oh." And Torque, what a waste. Couldn't even take on you. Pathetic, huge bot you are. Hey, if anybody's listening, which I know you all are, and she starts doing, like, looking at her fingers and, like, Overload's still alive, if anybody's interested on getting that bounty as well. You can retrieve something from his bird friend.
Question: how secure would her message feed be?
You can try and track it.
Oh, I don't want to track it. I just want to send a bunch of data packets to just fuck up her connection.
It's pretty well secure because Kiara is
You're
like,
gonna DDoS her, man? Are you fucking serious?
you can try. I will say you're gonna have to roll.
Can I assist?
Yes, you
Alright.
can try.
What dice do you want me to roll? What do
Let
you
me
want
see.
to
Let me
roll? Come
think.
on.
Let me think. Let's go ahead and do. God, I'm trying to think. What would I have you roll for this? This would be a good one. Screw it. Roll me a D100
With advantage.
with advantage. You will get an. I'll
Alright.
say you get at least something.
Bro, if you get another 100, I'm
Motherfucking
gonna.
son, God.
Okay, it's not 100.
I mean, technically, I would
29.
just wait out, side of myself so I can do that.
As you do this, Kiara's like, "Really?" And her signal gets a little scrambled for a moment. She goes, "Wow, that was childish. And you can hear in the background, you hear a very familiar voice. Very illogical. What a
Oh
waste.
god damn it.
On comms, I'm gonna go. Not illogical. I know you're there now. Shockwave.
We're not on comms though, are we? This is just like a
No,
one-way
it's
Oh
just
no,
one way.
we didn't pick up the comm mark. I did.
and he's he's hacking back at you guys. He's like literally just blocking all in traffic coming at him.
At this
And
point,
it's
it's
like,
just a normal conversation
Yeah.
between scientists, between me and
Yeah.
Shockwave. So,
and
Meanwhile, random bullshit go.
yeah, Void Striker, you get a message back, all right. Don't stand in the way of my research. I will destroy you.
only
And he
reply
cuts
back, as long as you don't stand in the way of mine.
Agreed. And he cuts the comms. It's just gone. But you hear Ava. So I see my sister has taken up the lead because you were too cowardly to handle it yourself, or you're set on another path. And she's just eyeballing that screen. And she's just like, good luck. My clone is nothing compared to me, though. Obviously, I flawed in making her weak. Like you. But I had my fun with your furry little pet. Too bad your bird brain there didn't catch on sooner. But he didn't even know until he blew himself up. And you see Aegis looking at himself like, she talking about me? And you hear
I
Drift.
knew he had one.
Dude. He called you bird brain. And you see Aegis kind of reach over and slug him one. It's like, dude, I was just teasing you. And he's like, shut up. Carbine's sitting there, and she's mad because you see her pumping her hands. And you see Ava's thing, her transmission. Well, like I said, I got what I wanted. At least I'm closer to what I really want. See you around, Gilgamesh. Screen's cut, the transmission dies, and everything returns back to normal. Kiara's just looking down at you, Gilgamesh, and it's like, she's still alive.
There's a crooked smile on my face right now.
Don't worry, Dave. I'll be sure to cook you with this one too.
So Carbine is kind of still sitting there quiet for a moment, and then she looks over at you, Gilgamesh. She goes, she forced something in me. Aegis is like, yeah, what was going on? Were you overloading? And Drift's like, well, she was overloading, dudes, but, big purpley dude, he kind of, you evolved, but, dude, and he's looking at Aegis, you evolved differently. Hers?
Yeah, because he died.
Yeah, I know. I kind of got the message. You really had to tell him to do that? That was...
Scamper with hands does a hand motion of an explosion.
Yes.
I mean-
Very good, dude. And he's like pointing, and he's like, yeah, you got it, little dude. He like puts up the fist bump Scamper.
I
Scamper fist bump
mean,
him and put his hand out for another donut.
And he flips him another one. There you go, little dude.
I mean, we both had an equal goal with the same intent. So,
Yeah, he ain't such a bird brain. He's strong, and he's a good person. And he's also a good friend. And you hear Drift drop his tone. And you see his posture change again, but not the same way. It's kind of more slouched a bit. And you see his demeanor and his coloring kind of fades back a bit. And he just looks over him. He puts his hand on his shoulder. You can be annoying, but you know where you belong. And he's kind of shakes his head. Yeah, but we have no home. And he goes,
Scamper
but
points
anyway.
to the ground.
Yeah, little dude, I know. I've heard your conversations. Sorry, eavesdropped a little. Got bored. Yeah. But anyway, and Carbine's like, will you just shut up for a moment? He's like, sorry, dude. Gilgamesh, there is more. She had control of me, but I had access back to her a little bit. She's looking for something. I think she's looking for the same thing you all are. But there's something missing that she doesn't have, you guys do. But there's one other piece. It's something to see with, or visualize, or a data thing or something. I didn't understand what they meant.
Gilgamesh kind of like thinks for a moment and then reaches into his compartment and pulls out the lens.
And she looks in her optics, go, what? That thing! I don't know what it is, but they said something about that. I remember seeing a picture of it.
You look through it and you can see multiple different views.
Well,
I'm not exactly sure how it works. I just know that it does this feature.
And I don't know anything about that. I'm sorry. I only got so much, and she kind of looks a little kind of sheepish.
Oh, don't
like,
worry. We
sorry.
have someone who I'm pretty sure would be more than happy to take a look at it himself.
They work with, and she kind of looks around, and she leans over to you. She whispers it to you.
Yes, I still have that as well. I just kept it in a sealed compartment.
That's good that you did. And she kind of swings around and has her legs off the table, and she goes, and she's looking around for a moment, and she's a little confused. She goes, did you guys all get smaller?
Is there a
Scamper
mirror
will
in
cite that
this
she got
room?
bigger.
Yes, there's going to be a mirror, and it's
I'm
off
going
the-
to turn the mirror over to her.
And she kind of looks, and she looks at the mirror, and she's like, yes, that's me. Wait, that's me. And she notices her legs are closer to the floor while they're just hanging there. She steps down, she lands, and she looks at herself, and she kind of lands kind of crouched a bit, and she stands up her full height, and she goes, what happened to me? I feel different too. And she kind of does a backflip over top of you, Gilgamesh, lands on the other side next to Drift, and she's standing there, and she goes, okay, that's new.
Scamper will clap at the acrobatics.
And she goes, what else can I do? And she lunges back over and lands and barely makes a sound. You can't even hear her hit the ground hardly. Like, it's like a tink. It's very quiet. And she stands there very quiet and stands up. And she moves around. She turns around, faces you, Gilgamesh, and she realizes she's much closer to your height now. Because she's about the same height as Aegis, about 10 foot tall now. And she goes, okay, this is different. I don't think I can ride on your shoulders, can I? And she kind of like,
Think you're gonna be a little too big for that now.
And she goes, huh, I guess so. I guess I could give it a try. And she transforms.
Technically, she should still be small enough.
She's a little bigger, just like Aegis. Still
Remember,
clerical form.
subterraneans are measured in meters, not feet.
Yeah, but now it's gonna look like I'm gonna have like a giant ass like fur scarf like going on here. Like it's like
She's a little bigger. She's not that much bigger in her clerical form, but there's something a little odd about her form. And she kind of like, why do I feel weird? As she does, she kind of stands there for a moment, and she's like, and she sits back, and you guys are staring at her, and She goes, "Why does it feel like I have extra arms?" And she starts to man, I got an itch on my face, and she's scratching herself, but not with one of her paws. And she looks, and
did you do what I think you just did?
she's sitting there.
Is she a kitten?
She is like a caracal form of it, though, and her ends of her tentacle arms are reddish. They kind of go into a reddish form on the back sides of it, and it has the similar claw forms on like yours do. And she's not even paying attention.
She's a displacer kitten in my mind.
Yeah, she's pretty much, yeah, she does, but she's a caracal kitty, so she's got the little tufts and that. Her ears are twitching, and she's like scratching her ears and her head with her one of her tentacle arms. She goes, "It's weird. I feel like I got a set of extra arms." She's not facing the mirror right now, so she doesn't even see this. And you guys are just looking at her. Aegis is like, And she's like, "What?"
Give it a bit.
And she's like, and Drift's like, leaning around you, Gilgamesh. Dude, do that. That's cool. Can I get a set of those? And he's just sitting there giggling, and she's like, "What are you laughing? What are you talking about?" And you see the tentacle come back up, and she's like preening herself with the tentacle, not even realizing she's doing it, and she's just kind of leaning into it, like, thanks for the scratch. I needed that." And then she realizes, wait a minute, that's not yours. And she's looking at you, Gilgamesh, blinking stupidly, kind of like, wait, if you didn't just do that, then what just... And she whips her head around, and she looks like a dog chasing her tail, but it's a cat chasing her two tentacles. What is this? She's going around in circles, getting herself dizzy, and she falls over, and she's like, okay. And she goes to get up, and one of her tentacle arms pushes her back up onto her feet. And she's like, okay, that's weird. I didn't know I could do this. I didn't know I had this ability. And she looks in the mirror, and she starts like prancing a little bit, like, look at me, look at me.
She's a show pony.
And she stretches out the tentacles. She goes, oh, this is interesting. And
Displacer kitten, so cute.
Yeah. And she looks up. Hey, I look like you now. And she tips her head cutely, and the little tufts fling over a little bit, like, hi. And
Gilgamesh dies of cuteness.
And Griff kind of walks
baby, all grown up.
I went from annoying to kitten here. Okay, here we go.
Yeah.
Drift walks around, and he's like, dude, that is like the awesomeness. And he gives her a little pet, and she purrs, and you see the tentacles kind of gently wrap around his arm. Dude, you're awesome now. You're like super awesome. You were awesome before, but wow. And she looks up at you, Gilgamesh. I think I still need training though, but I think I'm gonna have to be trained on how to use these better. And she kind of keeps looking back like she's chasing tails, and she's getting used to it. And she goes, "Hang on, I think I kind of got some of it." And she gets them to lay down a bit and kind of do what yours do. And she goes, "Oh, okay, I think that's better." And she kind of walks up to you, and she jumps up onto your shoulder.
We'll work on that.
She jumps up onto your shoulders and curls around you, and she goes, and you feel the tentacles kind of wrap around you a little bit and lay down, and it kind of almost looks like she's blending in with you now more than before. You just see tufts of red here and there. And she goes, I'm glad I didn't kill you, or any of you. But
Scamper nods in agreement.
I am glad to be back. I am sorry I caused problems. But
Scamper will offer her the 2 donuts he has because he can't eat them.
She squeezes around you, not to hurt you, but I'm just glad I didn't hurt you. And she butts her head into yours. And she goes, I think I'm just going to sleep now. And she falls asleep instantly. She's just like, I'm good. And
Maybe she'll have those donuts later.
And Drift's like, oh, more for me. And he flips one up and lands in his mouth, and he eats it. He's like, that's all right,
we'll
dude.
Take these 2 donuts and go to the command room to offer them to Vash.
And he flips the 2 donuts to Scamper, and he's like, later, little dude. So, what do you guys do around here for fun?
I just
Scamper's
bring up
now
a
offering
fist.
Vash donuts.
Dude, I'm not into sparring, thanks. Leave that to Aegis over there. He's good at that stuff. It just kind of like, yeah. But, yeah. Now I'm out of that case, which he's looking at himself. I look gnarly, dude. So,
No one's going to acknowledge him.
yeah. He's like, yeah, fine. I'm gonna go find that hot bot. Where'd she go? And Kiara's like, no.
Do you want to borrow my sword?
She's like, I've got my own. And she comes over and she pets Carbine around your neck, Gilgamesh. She's been there the whole time. She's just like shaking her head, like, what the heck are we seeing? But she goes, we're getting calls from the council. Widow said they want to at least do a video call with you just to confirm some stuff and find out what you want to do if you need anything.
Very well. I might as well address them and get everybody informed as to what I'm going to do.
Got a question, Matrix.
No.
Have I finished repairing the names in my room?
Well, you could just flip on the automated system that does that for you. But okay. Yes, you did.
Alright, cool. It's more something Voight will feel he has to do personally.
Yeah, I figure that.
Otherwise.
Yeah, because your platform will move around so you can fix or clean or add. So. But Kiara's like, here, we can go into the common area. I'll bring it up on the big screen. And just like, oh, cool. Is this like TV or something? Or we watch a movie? Or is this boring? And it just like, it's so boring. You don't want to be there. I'll go play a game or something. Never mind. He wanders off. He goes into where the mini cons, like, dudettes, look who's here. And you could swear you hear a collective, from the charging stations. There's no sound. But you swear you can kind of hear something.
You can feel the emotional dread.
Yeah. And Aegis is like, he's not really that bad. It's just everything that's happened. And he kind of follows you guys all into the conference room or the commons area. And Kiara flicks it up and she goes, we have Gilgamesh here, council, please. We all ready? And they all nod and they go, sir, all at once, to you, Gilgamesh. We understand. And Tog kind of steps up and says, Gilgamesh, we know you don't want to be in charge, but we want to be clear on things. We will respect your wishes and follow Widow's lead, which she was technically our first if we didn't find her, but you did beat her in fair combat, even if it was a clone that we found out.
Allow me to clarify my position to everyone on this matter.
They all
I don't
nod.
have an issue with taking up leadership. My issue is with that at the present moment, I have a substantial bounty on my head thanks to Shockwave. Until this matter is resolved, I cannot take leadership wholeheartedly because that would simply disrupt matters and make things worse for everyone involved.
Widow speaks up, and this is why I will be stepping up and taking over for a while until things are resolved. Tog nods and kind of picks up again. That is perfectly fine with us, but we will still follow your lead. The guilds are at your disposal, and they all are like in agreement. We will help you in any way we can. Fortunately, the bounty we cannot remove.
That's fine. Here's what I'd like for you to do in this case. You will tell the media that the functioning government has been restored, and you will continue to act in the service of Cybertron. You all are the leaders of these guilds, these regions. I'd like for you to continue to do so. As far as what's left of my guilds, I will likely be stepping into that leadership role as well once this matter has been concluded. But in the meantime, we'll just simply tell the public that life is returning to normal. People who are going to need the help will get it. And if there are any further issues on the matters of government, please feel free to ask me.
And they all nod in succession. Widow speaks up and she addresses everybody, including you. As it is, we are all working together, and it has been very beneficial. And you see one of the bots that you recognize from the meeting before, he's usually pretty stingy, but he's smiling away like it's been very profitable for all of us, and it's been turning out great for all people. It's the first time you really hear him really respond in a positive form instead of being like a dark emo kind of bot sitting in there somewhere.
Well, seeing as things are prosperous as they are, then I suggest we continue to expand upon that. Continue trading, expand new trade routes, make new trade alliances, perhaps with Velocitron, other neighboring worlds. Let's
And
expand.
You see one of them already working on the Velocitron one now. It looks like it's good prospects right there. Tog kind of, I need to address the bigger issue of Cybertron itself. We do have a big issue of the planet is still dying. We are working on acquiring more energy to supply to the planet without disrupting or causing harm to others.
Perhaps I can be of assistance, though.
Any would be of help, but
If you have the materials, there are certain asteroid builds where you can build stations that can generate energy just by the orbital motion of a star.
you see two of the guilds, we need to talk to you. We could use your help a lot. And they're all like, yeah, we have something similar to that, but it hasn't been working very well at all. And we'll send you the plans if you could look them over, please. They're like really eager.
I can do.
And you suddenly start getting packet bursts to you with the information directly to you. And they're like, they kind of put their hands together and bow to you like, thank you. Tog returns to talking. He goes, well, if we can get some kind of form of energy back to Cybertron, but we're going to need a lot, because he pulls up some pictures of Cybertron. It's like it's falling apart or disintegrating. If we don't do something, we're not going to have our...
I'm keenly aware of how much is disintegrating. I've walked the streets of my own hometown, I guess you could call it. What's left of it, anyway. I would like to see these places restored one day. In terms of needing more energy, we'll continue on with Void Striker's plan. We'll also continue to expand our trading in that as well. There are other worlds that hold energon. We have materials, resources as well. There's no reason we can't spark a trade or negotiate for certain agreements.
Excellent. This is good prospects for all. Well, I think we can handle everything else. Everything else has been minor. We're picking up the citizens who need help and getting them that help, and surprisingly, a lot of them are willing to jump right in and get to work. We have a lot of structures being rebuilt, and it's turning out very prosperous. Even Widow's like, yes, everything's been going great. Suddenly, with instead of upheaval, we're coming together as one.
Good. But you're also going to need to be extremely cautious because of the danger that's clearly out there.
Yes.
While it is targeting me, there is no reason that it won't target Cybertron again. We know how Shockwave is, and we know exactly how he operates.
You see,
Everyone needs to be on guard.
You see one of the screens. You see Shockwave, Soundwave, or not Soundwave, Sound Blaster sitting there, and he kind of. We have things acquired, and we are keeping tabs on the outer systems as well, kind of like a big net, if you know what I mean. And my people are doing the best they can, but we're going to put up some beacons and such that kind of give us warning of certain things coming through. We've got
We have to expect he's amassed some small force. In
there is
addition to having Ava on his side, he's likely got more allies.
Sound Blaster's like, yes, he has been doing something, but we can't find him currently, and we don't know where he went. And nobody's seen anything, heard anything, and it's been way too quiet.
He's
Todd,
waiting on us to make our move.
yes. For now, we will maintain and get things going. Right now, we're working on energon shortages to help supply for those who need it right now. We have enough right now, but we are getting more, and hopefully these trade routes will pay off in the end.
I don't expect changes to happen overnight, and nor should we expect it, but this is still progress in the right direction.
Yes, it is. They all agree with you.
I
We-
would like to send a data packet to them for simple, like, shelter structures.
And you see the couple of the ones off to the side, like, we will accept those and get to work on them right away. And you can see them on, like, they're looking down at screens. Oh, these are most excellent. You can kind of hear them whispering. And you hear Widow, okay, enough. All right, we'll let you be for now. Kiara will keep you informed, as well as I will, as the rest of the council will as well. And she gestures to everybody on the screen. And
Respectfully, until the matter is resolved, I will be radio silent unless you are needing me.
they all bow. To be expected, sir. And everybody's screen, we will contact you, or you will contact us as soon as you can, but we will maintain things in your stead, sir. And they kind of bow to you again, and the screen's all cut. And Widow and Tog screens stay, though. And Widow is kind of like, there's something we need to talk to you directly about, Gilgamesh. They can be here for it if you want. And Tog's like, it's about that prophecy. And he becomes very serious. I don't know what prophecy.
He's gonna sit down in the couch behind him, just like, I was actually planning on asking you about that. Tell me everything you know.
Well, and you feel Carbine move. Prophecy? What are you, some guy in a golden bot? And she kind of moves around, and you can see her eyes are open, but her head's kind of flopped to the side, and she's just looking at the screen. And they're kind of.
I'm gonna respond telepathically to her, like, I need to understand why my friends had to die for this.
That's not in your memories, though, is it? And she kind of just puzzled with it, but okay.
His eyes kind of wander off a little bit as she says that, but he turns back to the screen.
Tog and Widow are. Tog just responds to you. He goes, really was not a prophecy. It was more of a kind of a prophecy, but it was like a foretelling of things. But the data is so scrambled, anybody could make it into anything they really wanted. Supposedly the one would come back and restore Cybertron. When really it is the one, something about Cybertron. There's really, it's either restore or destroy.
This just sounds like every retelling or reforging of a prime. Like, how is
That
how
prophecy
is this?
could easily fit for Megatron, Optimus, or anyone else who stepped foot in the leadership role.
And Tog's like, exactly. We do not know who they're referring to. There's no symbols other than this line, and somebody's taken this prophecy. Widow perks up. Gilgamesh, I didn't know about any of that stuff that she did. For as far as I know, your friends didn't die by her hand. Something else happened, but it wasn't her. I don't know what she was spinning at you, but even Tog's like, we hold the records for a lot of information. There's nothing about this.
Why is Ava convinced then that I'm this prophecy?
She might have it in her head. She might be just lying to you. I don't know. Even Widow's like, it's confusion. She likes confusion. Maybe that's what she's trying to do to you. To be honest, little one,
Frankly,
Gilgamesh,
she should know better.
she has
We're
Gil-
not a religious sect. We don't believe in superstitious nonsense.
What
Yes,
surprises me is Shockwave is with her. Does not care for religion.
in Widow kind of thinks about it, and you see her pondering. She might be, like I said, doing it for confusion. She did say she acquired something she wanted, and there were breaches in the tunnels below the surface of Cybertron. There's always rumors of stuff down there.
There
She
are
got a hold of
many.
something.
There are many who have had built and maintained secret rooms below Cybertron. I and Shockwave are one of them.
Yes, speaking of, have you seen any of, like, when you were down there, anything like artifacts or anything? And
I've collected a few artifacts from beneath Cybertronian surface. I even have some here on the station.
in
I
their
know there are
eyes,
some artifacts that are held by certain guilds, but they're mostly showpiece. They're incomplete for the most part.
Tog pulls up information. He kind of shoots it up on the screen as well on another part of it, and he shows you this information. He goes, "The deepest we've gotten into Cybertron really is not that far, because anybody who goes down doesn't come back most of the time. There was a story of one bot who went down. He supposedly, and he shows he went down pretty far, but he came back up missing an arm, an optic, and he kept going on about supposedly weird creatures down there and other things that they just would attack, and he couldn't see them a lot of times."
Let's assume she did pull something from the depths of Cybertron. What likely would she have?
Well, it could be an artifact. There's rumors of one of the lost swords.
It all depends on how deep she went.
And that's the thing, is we really don't know other than deep. And you hear Carbine, that looks like and sounds like one of the visions or images in my head that I saw from her side. It was lit up, but from their own lights. It was dark, and there was weird sounds all around, and lots of body parts. She doesn't move from her state. She's just communicating directly to you, Gilgamesh, on that one. She's just quiet about it. It's like,
So, would this prophecy at all be somehow connected to one of these artifacts, perhaps?
Tog looks down, kind of, maybe, maybe not. Don't know. It's broken information. This stuff is pretty much from the beginning of Cybertron itself.
Which I do find strange, given this is all happening after the Great War.
Now, the Great War did destroy a lot, but this information was archived a long time ago, and the place that we retrieved it from, well, does not exist anymore.
Perhaps did you retrieve it from the remnants of the Crystal Spire?
There was some left, but that's not where we got this from. This was from another structure, not deep under Cybertron, but just below. And we retrieved it, but it did not come back. We could not decode what was left of it because it was so degraded. We got only what we could.
Do you perchance have an image of the device before you attempted to decode?
Yes, it's not a very good picture because the place started collapsing in on itself. He sends you a shot of what looks like some kind of repository, but it looks in bad shape. It looks like it's rusting or falling apart in the short video clip even. He goes, "This is very old, but it literally just collapsed in on itself. We almost lost one of the people who went down. That Cybertronian, his leg didn't seem okay after that because he kept limping on it."
Perhaps the facility itself had the rust plague.
That's what we were kind of thinking because his leg wasn't in the greatest shape after that, even though we took care of it. He always had a
If that's
limp.
the case, the repository might have been a Golden Age repository.
That's what we were kind of thinking, but we didn't have enough info. So we just assumed it might be. It's classified as that, but it's also classified as just archives.
I might have an artifact up here that might match up. You'd have to give me some time. Half of the artifacts I have are uncatalogued.
Well, we're going to focus our efforts right now on trying to restore what we can. If you guys need anything from any of us, we're willing to help. We will try and get you what you need and what we can help you with. But for now, we're going to concentrate on our efforts of restoring what we can. For now, I need to get going. I have to go and maintain and help with a few of the rounds because we do have some Decepticons who are being real pieces of slag around here.
If any new information comes to light or anything new comes to mind, please do give me a call.
I'll send the messages on to Kiara because I know you said you're going dark. So I'll pass them on to her and she'll hold on to them for you there. Kiara's like, got it.
Thank you.
And Todd goes, sir, see you later. And he flips out. Widow's still there. Gilgamesh, I'm still going to have to get used to calling you by your name or. And she kind of chuckles at it, but she's like, I will maintain in your stead. But be careful. You know my sister. You know what she's capable of because you know what I'm capable of. But she's taken it a step further.
That's fine. I was honestly disappointed in our last duel, but it actually makes me happy that it was just a clone. I intend to finish what I started.
And she nods her head to you and she's like, as expected. I was disappointed too, though. A point that I was hoping it was over. But she took a really cheap route, and she had a clone fight all her fights for her. Which is another disappointing thing that these guild leaders got taken out that way.
There is
Clones are
something
woefully inefficient.
There is something I need you to confirm, though.
Anything.
Was she truly tied to the death of my friends?
She looks down for a moment and she's like, I
managed to kill the ones who actually did it, but the ones they worked for, I never found them. If she was the one who truly did it, she's made this fight much more personal.
If she did Gilgamesh, I don't know for sure, but since we have control of all that, I'm going to put in not even a word. I'm just going to ask them. They're going to be willing to help us. The guild she was mainly tied with at that time, they keep pretty good archives of their listings. Not all were put on the list, though, but she might have hired out or, in a sense, just kind of push certain people to do certain things.
It was a very long time ago, so I wouldn't be surprised if you don't turn up anything. But
I will still try.
I just need to know for sure if she really was behind it.
She leans a little closer to the screen. She goes, I really don't know what she's talking about, though. Your friend's deaths were not done by her that we know of, at least I even know of. But she does lie. So I do
But if
not
she
know.
knows that much about my history, she might know much more.
Maybe. I will dig around everything I can find out. I give you my word, you know that's good for you as well, because I will keep it for you. Just be careful, okay? And she turns, sir, and she bows to you, and she goes, cuts the screen. It's out, and Kiara cuts down the communications. And she goes, I bounced that through so many connections and through so many points. That's a lot of work. And she goes, Kiara kind of lowers it and looks at you, Gilgamesh. Do you really think she actually did maybe hire them? And she could see her kind of, you can hear the tablet she's holding creak and crack like she's getting mad. And you can see her kind of pumping her hands
I
around
don't
it.
know if she did. But even if she didn't, the fact that she knows that much about my personal history is quite troubling nonetheless.
Well, we'll find out the information, but for now, we're getting things fixed up. Phoenix is, his state is almost fully repaired on everything. The little ones, who have been very entertaining, by the way, have been running around. Even that tiny little mini con, wherever she went off to again, has been running around with them. I don't think that's a good idea, but uh, they put in a lot of work on the station and the ship, and it seems to pay off. Varish has been beneficial ever since he's been released of the control being held over him. And he's been working hard to redeem himself. Even the little one goes to visit him, and he just enjoys it. Just sitting there with her, and they look out at the images into space, and she's pointing out things. She doesn't talk still, but she just kind of points, and it's like he knows what she's saying by just pointing. But everything is okay so far. We'll keep watch here. Maybe we can find a new place to stay. I don't want to stay on the station forever, but at the same time, if it's home, it's home.
Well,
And
we have plenty of room on Cybertron, and if anyone wants to help us try to rebuild, we certainly would welcome the help.
she kind of sits down next to you, and she kind of pets Carbine a few times. Carbine's got her eyes open. She's looking upside down at her, kind of like, hi.
We would obviously establish certain rights for workers so you'd be treated equally.
Yes, we already have something in place for that. That way they can choose more of a position instead of just being you're this, you're going to do that, which is the same consensus for a lot of these bots, especially the Decepticons. They think they have to go back to the mines or something. We're not sending
Well,
them.
I'd say the more logical choice would be to choose what each bot is best at and work to their strengths.
Yeah, some of the new ones, they've got some specialities that are really coming in handy. At this point, there's mostly just rebuilding, but the planet is still dying. We don't know what's causing it, but if the rust is getting worse, we might need to find a cure for it or just restore the power that would do it. Excuse me.
Maintaining our civilization and keeping everyone healthy and at least operating is going to be the best way for us to do that.
Yes. I'm going to go back up to the command console. There's still a lot of chatter going on, and being one of the relays for information, I need to be back up there for now. But
That's
she
fine.
she kind of leans over to you, hugs you again, and just be careful. For now, let's just rest and relax for the rest of this time. We have some downtime for the moment, but we're not resting. We're just taking it easy, and Drift kind of, yeah, do that. Easy. And he kind of does a playful sign. And it's like, he just blinks at him again. Even Carbine just rolls her eyes like, God.
Yeah, well, you know me, I'm not gonna sit still while this is all happening.
Yes, I know. She gets up and walks out of the room. Later, G-Dat. And Drift's like, I think she likes me. Carbine
Whatever
kind of,
gave you that impression?
you hear Carbine speak out, and you notice she can start speaking her clerical form now. And she goes, yeah, right. She's out of your league.
Drift, for someone so smart, you are incredibly delusional.
High expectations sometimes, but one can dream. Dudes. There's gotta be some fun around here. Wait.
Shooting for the fucking stars.
I heard that. Dude.
I know how to start my own fun as I slowly activate my auto turrets.
Dude, chill. It's alright. God, harsh and my mellow, man. He walks off. I'm gonna find a room, maybe crash and sleep. He kind of just walks into one of the rooms. Oh, this one looks occupied. Oh, this one's big. Whoa, looks like a big bot sat in there. Their butts made an imprint. You just see him kind of pushing doors open and looking. This one smells funny.
Like Gilgamesh's eyes are just like following him, just like as he's walking across the room doing this.
Yeah, and he's just going through and he's like, oh, look at this one's got a big bed. I kind of like some space like this. I can hang some nice pictures here. You hear him in one of the rooms. It's more of the empty ones. And it's like, he's just sitting in here. You can hear him down the hall. He left the door wide open. He's just sitting there. And he's like, this bed's okay. This will be a good charge bed. Yeah, I need some color in here, though. Dudes, wonder if they got something I can paint with.
Is there a way we can just shut the door or somehow just like shut him up?
I don't know. Ask Void Striker. Is there a way to shut those doors?
I'm
Yeah.
just like looking
I mean,
at
I
Void
have
Striker
four
with the eyes of like, close the fucking door.
I'm just gonna press a button on my wrist to close the door.
All the doors shut down, close up down there. It's like, oh, that's cool. Is it an auto door or something? You can't really hear it's muffled. It's like, but you hear the. And it sounds like he's moving the bed. And then you don't hear anything. It's quiet after that.
The more we spend time with him, the more I understand why the rest of the minicons find him so insufferable.
Look at it this way: insanity is the other side of the coin to brilliance.
Aegis is just sitting up on Overload's shoulder, and he's just like, you
So we
don't know the
clearly
half of
know
it.
what side of the coin he's flipped on.
I
No.
close that
For all
door
we know,
permanently.
his coin is permanently stuck in the middle.
Can I close that door permanently?
You could, but unfortunately there's tiny passageways between each of the rooms for minicons.
So the room's not like got like a mini airlock in there, right?
It's
You can't
it's
just jettison him out.
No, you can't. You hear the door open, and he opens up the main door to the lodging area, and he looks over at you, Void there. Hey, you got any paint? This place looks so dull in here. I want to paint something in here.
Storage unit, other end of the facility.
Okay, I got the map. I know where I'm going. Dudes. And he stands there for a second. He's like, wait, that's pretty far away. I ain't doing that. You see him transform, and he's hovering in place.
Please tell me he has like a boogie board.
He's a flying sea turtle.
Yeah,
But-
I know, but it would be more adorable with a boogie board.
But he's floating there, and he looks, nah, too slow. Transforms again, and now he's a surfboard hovering, and you see where his fins were folded out on each side, and they're the hover parts. And now he's a surfboard. Ladder tits, zips out of there, and there's the blue streak that you guys saw.
Oh, he's a triple changer.
Surprisingly, not that uncommon with miniguns.
What was he though?
A surfboard.
No, like I'm saying that in character.
Oh,
I believe that is something the humans refer to as a surfboard.
The hell's a human?
They're from a backwards planet called Earth. It's where, honestly, the majority of the Civil War happened.
uh,
Never
I-
been.
I was going to be a scientist scouted, but then I got declined.
You hear over the comms, Steel. Hey, there's some weird little dude in here.
Ignore
He
him.
keeps calling me dude, and I think I'm. No, no.
Don't worry, Still. He's looking for something that isn't actually in our storage. He'll be there for a couple hours.
And he stops up. He just flew out of here, and all of a sudden you hear this.
You dick.
He comes zipping. He comes zipping back in. You hear this, and he stops in front of you, and he transforms back into the sea turtle form, and he kind of like sets stuff down, and it's a couple paint cans of weird paint colors, just hues of colors, and he's like, "I found something." And he kind of flips onto his back, and he floats. Dude, this place is awesome, but you could use some color in here. And he kind of like, you can see his fins and the motors in them, the hover motors, just they're actually anti-grav. But he
He's
just
gonna
flips in.
Jackson Pollock your wall.
Honestly, the quote-unquote paint he's currently holding isn't actually color, it's clear. It's anti-radiation coating.
He's like, my room's gonna look so gnarly, dudes. He's like, he's just swimming around you guys. He goes, you sure you don't want some color? As he swims by
I'm
you
sure.
on his back.
I'm gonna try to Gilgamesh and go, don't use infrared in his room, you'll go blind.
My wife just came in and started laughing at me.
I don't technically have a room here anyway, so it's fine.
You can just see him. He's like just swimming around you guys. It's like, dudes, and he flips back over. We could have some fun. But I want to get to painting. I'll see you later. And he picks up the stuff, and he kind of floats in through the doors, and they close behind him. And he goes into his room, and you just hear wailing sounds of strange music coming out of there.
I'm gonna activate a button to make the room soundproof.
You have a flash grenade?
I have plenty. I have plenty
I'm
in the
pretty sure there's a bunch in the armory. I say we set it up so as soon as he comes out the room, flashbang.
Oh no, I have a better idea. You said there was minicon departments, yeah?
Yes.
Good.
What are
I'm
you
just gonna go-
thinking?
I'm just gonna go to the armory.
Wasn't me making those sounds.
Was
Can
it
I
your
grab-
missus?
Oh
Just gonna grab one of these grenades.
yeah.
I'm just gonna.
So as he's busy in his room, you hear things quiet down though, and it sounds pretty quiet, and you hear some light. It almost sounds like music still. It's just really quiet
Is
though.
it light jazz?
Yeah, it kind of is, and
Or which one? Which one did he choose?
Well, the end room is my room, so.
I think I can't remember whose room was who's here, but I put him in
That
this
room's
one.
empty as far as I'm aware. The front
Okay.
two rooms are Gilgamesh and Overlord.
Yeah, so he's in this one.
Okay.
You gonna open the door?
I'm going to Gilgamesh's. Don't mind me. I'm guessing the compartment is like over in where I'm currently at.
Yeah, there's passageways everywhere for miniguns.
Good. I'm gonna open up one of those passageways, activate flash grenade, toss it, close.
And he's like, you hear some motion in there, and
What's that thing?
you don't hear,
Flash.
but then you don't hear anything, and it's like, hello. And you still hear the music playing lightly. He's you hear some movement, and it's pretty quiet. And the door opens to Gilgamesh's room. I think you lost this. And he flicks it at you, and he closes the door.
Joke's on him. He got 2 people.
Well, actually, I just put that icon there because I don't have it under his.
Yeah, I never really left the couch. Like,
Yeah.
I've been just kind of sitting here the whole
Carbine's
time.
with him. It's just. Oh wait, do you have Aegis with you? He was
Throws
sitting on your
away,
shoulder.
Aegis is still in the shoulder.
Oh my god! Aegis is like, oh, I should have seen this coming. Although now I can't see anything. And he's like, that's your head. And he's like, and you hear outside the door, should know better, dude. Should have warned him. And you hear the door open to his room, closes it, and you hear
After
the music.
hearing this instant, I'm going to turn to Gilgamesh and go, he should have chosen the impact. Why did he choose the delay?
Jokes on him. I can see even if I'm blind.
But Aegis is
Divine
like,
sense.
Aegis is like feeling your head. Like, yeah, I can't. That hurt. I didn't expect it.
Jokes on him. I can see even if I am blind.
So, Gilgamesh, why the intelligently challenged individuals are doing stuff down there, is there anything you'd wish to ask me about the station?
Well, I think the obvious question is what exactly was being kept in that chamber?
The easiest way to explain is for you to come with me. I'm gonna get up
He
and
puts the
make my way to the
bodies.
room.
He's luring you there to kill you.
I just come out the door. The second grenade failed.
You see the sea turtle float past you and going, he didn't tell you. And Aegis is still like, you piece of slag, I'm gonna kick your. He's just grinning, dude. Look it, we can all get along. I'm not trying to cause you problems, okay? And he just kind of swims out the door backwards, and he goes, I'm gonna grab something else to eat. I'm kind of still hungry. See him zip off. And you kind of hear a transformation, and you hear him walking, and he goes into the kitchen part. And you hear Kevin in there, you were just here. You want more?
I'm going to proceed to follow voices. Trips on couch.
Just giving Galaxy Star ideas, we should be terrified.
Nah. Okay, what is Void Striker and Gilgamesh doing? Answer these questions.
You say these names, yes, Gilgamesh?
He's looking around and yeah.
This is the great crime or sin that I refer to every now and then.
A memorial of names.
These are the names of every single Cybertronian that has died due to my action or inaction.
You did it on purpose.
That's quite the burden you're choosing to carry.
Well, when you've caused so many people to die due to action or inaction, you tend to look for a way to redeem. Especially considering the first inaction I ever did caused the death of my suppose you could call an apprentice.
I understand the need to redeem yourself, but this, and he'll take a step forward and kind of gesture to the room around him.
By the way, this room has hundreds of thousands of names.
That's why the platform in the middle moves.
This is far too much. And why are you doing this to yourself?
It's a reminder.
Overlord, what are you doing? Just watching your icon.
Acting blind.
Void, I can't begin to tell you how many people may or may not have died due to my inaction or inaction. But I can tell you the list is not short. But I do not carry that like a burden. You have to do better for the next people, for the people who are
I'm
here.
well aware of this, Gilgamesh, hence why it is more of a reminder than a burden.
I see all of this. It is a burden because it's a constant reminder. You can live to better yourself.
Allow
And
me
to
to
do
put it
better.
to you this way, Gilgamesh. Without this reminder, you would probably have to deal with a second shockwave.
All I'm saying is that you can remember them in a better way than this.
I remember them this way, because no one else can.
As you two are talking, you hear somebody fumbling around in the hallway behind you, bouncing off the freaking walls. Jeez.
Someone seems to be a little... Are you drunk?
He's blind.
I hear voices again.
Keep talking so he can
Bring
hear
him
you.
into the light!
I'm just gonna do this.
There you go. It would have worn off by now anyway. You're okay now. Your
I
vision,
see.
and you see you're standing in the room, and it's like, oh. As you do,
Oh, you're here.
You go. You hear behind you, dudes. Hey, you kind of hungry? Oh, there you are. Hey, Overload. Is an apology. You want a donut? That's what they called it. I don't know what donut means, but here,
Donut.
it's a big one for you.
Why
Peace
is it
offering.
brown?
It was the color, I guess. It was something in some kind of weird archive this dude has on here. Oh, hi you two. Sorry, but yeah, peace offering. And he just kind of looks at you funny, like, yeah. He's offering peace offerings. Yeah, okay.
Why is it in the shape of a nut?
Sorry, I'm not very good at whatever that was. It looked like this, but the materials did not do that. I should have let that kitchen dude, whatever his name is, kind of take care of it. I wanted to do something, it was an apology. I didn't mean to be a jerk, and I didn't mean to blind you. But you shouldn't have started it with me.
Oh, believe me, I totally intended to blind you.
Yeah, well, it backfired, didn't it?
Twice.
Yeah. Hey, you really need to work on that. Gotta show you how to throw a grenade, don't you? Also, time it next time. But anyway,
They have timers?
he just looks at you like, he slowly looks up at you like, I'm not gonna answer you. I'm just, sorry to bother you guys. I'm just trying to make peace with y'all. Hey, I'm a pretty chill dude. Just not used to this. Working with others kind of thing. Yeah, he's kind of, you see him more mellowed out a bit, and he walks up to both of you. Even I know what this is. And you see him take a knee. Like, literally, he goes down on one knee. and he kind of goes to his other knee and he sits back on his legs, and he's just sitting there with his hands crossed in his lap, and you see his head go down, and you hear him kind of whispering something, but you don't know what he's saying.
Gilgamesh is going to tilt his head a little bit. You're a religious type.
He stops and he gets back to his feet. Not really religious, in his tone, and his posture changes again. This is who I am. I just like to live a little freer, be more calm, let things go. This is a reminder of our past, because Aegis is still with you, and Aegis is kind of like tapping. Carbine even knows, and she's kind of just. They're all like, yeah, we've lost.
But
a
you're
lot.
more of a spiritual type. Do you believe in such things?
I'm an engineer. I do things with kind of like what Carbine does, along the lines of seeing is believing, but I always believed that there was some kind of place that our sparks do go, and that we might, and I hope. And you see him turn away. You hear quavering a bit, but you don't see it in his face or anything. That those we've lost, we'll see them again. And he kind of, it's like he's getting weak knees, and he kind of falls to one knee, and I I I failed my people. Aegis and Carbine get down. They're transformed into their bot forms at this point, and they come to his sides, but he kind of pushes them away.
I would like to walk up to him. You feel free to add their names to this room. I understand what it means to need a reminder.
He looks up. My names are not in a room. And as he stands up, his shell folds back and around, and you see thousands of names in small print etched into the backside of his shell. Every name. He goes, these are the ones we've lost. Carbine and Aegis just look at each other. They didn't know. I carry mine with me. Not as a reminder of what happened, but of what I hope to see again. And a hope that I might be able to help restore or get a planet for our people.
Seems you and I are more similar than I thought.
Maybe. And his shell kind of folds back around, and it goes into the compact form where it's more folded in underneath itself and out of sight more. I know I'm not. He turns toward Aegis and Carbine. I know I'm not well liked because of my attitude and the way I am, but know that I will not betray my people. They kind of just grab a hold of him and hug him, and you can see he's not really hugging them back because he doesn't know how to respond to them. And you guys can see his face. He's just kind of like, I don't know what to do. And Carbine just reaches down. It's called a hug, dummy. It just grabs his arms. Okay. And they let go of each other, and he's like, that was nice. Just to know that feeling. And he kind of like, I'm gonna and he can't form words, but he ends up transforming into sea turtle form. I'm just going to go. You hear this straight voice from the sea turtle instead of the surfer sounding dude. I'm gonna go, and he floats off quietly, but he's not as swimming, and his color is kind of dull, and he just kind of literally drifts off, and just kind of and around the corner. Carbine and Aegis look at each other for a moment and go, "We didn't know."
The ones with the brightest smiles often hide the darkest truths.
Carbine walks over to one of the walls and starts putting her hand across, and she's feeling everything, the lettering and everything you have etched in there. All
Truth
these.
is, in our line of work, there's always going to be something we end up regretting. Looking at all this, the walls, the names here, there's a lot to regret.
As
I may not remember.
Sorry, she's watching something.
I may not remember
It's a laughing moment.
all of the people who have died to my inaction. I certainly do remember those who died to my actions. Reality is, at the end of the day, I don't regret what I've done. Because what I've done has always been for the betterment of Cybertron.
There's only one thing I regret, Gilgamesh, as I point to the back wall to a specific name. That is the only regret I have.
What's the name I'm looking at?
It's the name of White Striker's apprentice.
Carbine walks over to it, rubs her hand across it. Then we change it for the better, and she turns her head to look over her shoulder, and she turns and walks back. We can do this. Maybe we can help Cybertron. Maybe this can be Minicon home too.
Well, at the very least, this place can be your home for now until you've found a new home world for your people. Which
Yes.
I don't know if this compass is going to be pointing us in that direction. But thing
Shoot.
is, since we've had it for quite a while, there's no doubt that Shockwave knows it's back in our possession. No doubt he's taken steps to acquire what information that we've had to lead to where it goes.
And
We
you
can't
you see
we
Carbine
can't
sitting
spend
there
too much
thinking,
time on this.
I
I understand your need for this memorial. And by all means, keep it. But if you really want to do better by all these names up here, continue to do good. Help us
Why do you
rebuild
think I have chose
Cybertron.
to help you?
I'm merely saying, keep doing that.
Carbine looks at you, Void Striker. Can you leave the door unlocked, please? This is very quiet in here, and if it's okay with you,
Void, there will come a day where you will no longer feel the need for this room. And I hope you do find that day soon. And he's going to walk out the room.
Yes, Carmine. I can leave this room unlocked.
Thank you. I'm gonna follow him. See you later. And she kind of, one of her tentacle arms whips up and waves at you. And she kind of looks over it. I forgot I could do that. And walks off. He just kind of looks at her funny. Yeah. I'm gonna go. Thanks for at least letting us see it and letting us in. And he kind of thumps you on the leg hard. And you feel your leg slightly moved from that thump. And he's like, sorry, getting used to it. Walks off. Left there standing with blind boy, who now can see.
Yes, I'm not blind anymore.
Yeah.
If you don't mind me, I was in the middle of an experiment before this entire incident happened.
It's a laughing one. You can tell.
Yeah.
Really watching something. She's laughing at
Yeah,
it.
she's really enjoying that.
Also, may I take up your offer on adding something to this?
You can.
I'm gonna quickly go to storage then.
You can leave
and
your
get-
icon there and just say you go to storage.
Yeah, I'm gonna say I'm gonna go to storage, and I'm gonna get me a somewhat thick slab of not slab a thick sheet of metal, and head back. And I wish to carve my team's names on them.
As you're hauling the sheet back to the room, Drift kind of walks in. He's in his bot form and he sees you. He doesn't say a word to you. And you're a big bot. You can usually you're handling the sheet, but it's pretty big. You see him go to the other end of it, and he picks up one end of it, and it's like it's nothing to him, just like to you, because you're strong. But he goes, just kind of nods at you, like, let's go.
I'll head over to the room, and I'll start carving in the names of my fallen brethren.
As you do that, he is making it stand and hold up. And while you're doing that, and he doesn't say a word, he just lets you do your thing. And he pats you on the shoulder because you're kneeled down. And he pats you on the shoulder and walks out of the room. Doesn't say a word to you. And you can hear him walking down the hall and just doesn't say anything. Just keeps walking.
Your missus is really enjoying that show.
Yeah, I think it's probably whose line is it anyway, something.
Is it before or after the host got switched?
No, before.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's funny before they switched the host.
Yeah, it all got changed then. But no, everything's quiet. You get done making your, what shall I call this? Wall of names of your fallen. You leave the room. The door closes. The lights are still on for a moment. As they slowly turn off from the top, you just hear the toom, 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 as they come down and shut off. The station's bustling with activities. You are all sitting there recharging. You're looking up information. You all start to think about that map more. And there is this thing that even the mini-cons are like, there's something going on still. They know it. It's quiet. But again, you hear activities. You hear the triplets, like they're sitting there watching TV with Blend, and then you guys also see the tiny little bot that you still don't know its name, the little one. She's sitting there, and you see her mimicking them laughing. You don't hear anything, but she's laughing at whatever they're watching. Some kind of weird
Is it
cartoon.
adorable, tiny little beeps coming out of her?
Yeah, it is. It's kind of like you don't really hear her. She's just quiet. But you just see her laughing, and she is tiny compared to them still. And to you guys, she is really tiny. But and you see Carbine kind of sitting by and kind of near the little one up above her in her caracal form, kind of like draped across the back of the chairs, like on the couch on the back, just kind of draped there looking, kind of laughing too. You can actually hear her laugh still. Aegis is over there just like, this is pretty good. Yeah, I like this. You really don't see Drift, though. At the other end of the station, while you're all doing research, Kiara and Varish are still looking up data information. They're researching a lot. They're also working on maybe upgrading the space bridge a little more and doing a few more projects. Because even Kiara goes, I might have to call my ship in and bring it here so I can upgrade some of these systems. These things are very old. But they all notice, and Varish kind of reaches over and taps Kiara and points because the doors are all open. And he goes, he's just been standing there for many cycles right now. And it's Drift just standing out there. And Kiara kind of just quietly messages you three. And she's like, hey, Drift is just standing there by the hangar door. It's all wide open. Phoenix is sitting off to the side. They can see everything, but he's just standing there kind of, he's not in the center. He's just kind of off to the side. He's just kind of standing there, kind of like he's just watching out the door into the
I'm
stars.
gonna make my way over.
And I will have an icon for him one of these days because I was hoping to have one done, but I didn't finish his picture. He's, I'll ping it right there. He's like, yeah, right about where you're at too, which good. He's just standing there. He's just watching.
When I get there, I'm just gonna sit on the ground next to him.
Void Striker, you're the first one there, and you see on his face just the tears.
Do you want to talk or just have silent companionship?
He doesn't say anything for a moment, but you see him turn his head away, and you can tell he's wiping away his face, like he's trying to hide it. I wasn't at the console. I should have seen them coming. I could have warned everyone, and I didn't. Because I wasn't at the console.
I know that feeling all too well.
I was taken after everyone else. Everyone keeps saying that Cybertron is our possible home if we need to, but our home was destroyed. I haven't told the rest. I don't think our home is destroyed. I think it's still there.
When all this is done, I volunteered to help you find it.
He kind of looks down sideways at you a bit and just like, we would greatly appreciate it. I can't redeem my action, but at least maybe I can find hope.
Hope is a luxury many wish they can have. If you can find it, hold on to it.
He just
Even if nobody understands the hope you're holding on to. Don't let anyone take it from you.
he stands there quietly, looking out at the stars. You've all been willing to help us, shelter us, protect us, give us a home. He kind of gestures, even though it's a rock in space, not much different to a planet. Just not as much here.
The only difference is the size and gravitational pull.
Very true. There is something. There is a ping. I did tap into your systems, and there is a minicon signal, but it's not where I'd expect it to be. I'm hoping Nyx is the one looking for it right now.
Well, if she isn't, perhaps me and the two eavesdropping ones back there can help.
I'll roll stealth to see if you can't see me.
Do it! Do it! Do it!
Oh, you
roll
want to do
stealth!
this? I'll roll fucking perception. Let's go, boy.
Yeah, roll perception,
All
roll
right,
stealth. Come on!
let's fucking go.
Come on.
I'm gonna do it.
Fucking roll your stealth check, bro.
30,
Oh my
bitch.
Yeah, I know for a fact I'm probably not gonna beat that.
Oh
Yeah.
my god! You don't hear him, he's in the shadows.
The question is, because this is my station and I have remote access, I'm pretty sure I do sense him.
You could try, but with a
Can
30?
you sense me on a 30?
Yeah,
I don't know, bro.
You
I
could
don't know,
sense,
bro.
Oh,
You could sense the big one walking up because you could hear it.
hey, if it's with advantage, I can also throw that in and I'm 1 point behind you, bitch.
You're still 1 point behind me. I still win.
I may have something for this.
I mean, are you sure he's 1 point off?
Are you within 30 feet? I don't think
Nope,
so.
you're not. No, you're not. You're over by
Aegis would
Phoenix.
be.
Oh my god, the Aegis is with the other two. Or are they? As you're both sitting there arguing about this, on the containers behind, not the containers. On top of Phoenix, you see two bots sitting up there, and it's like, they're just looking down at you, Overload, going, "Hi, it's Aegis and Carbine," and they're just sitting there giggling, wiggling their feet over at you, and they look over. They hop down. They land with nimbleness, which is weird because usually at that height they can't handle it, but they do this time. They walk up to you, Overload. Come on, and Carbine kind of reaches out to you telepathically. Okay, come on out. I know you're here. And they're already walking up quietly, and they put their hands on Drift's shoulders. You didn't make.
I found a way to beat his 30.
Oh God.
Technically, I can make a tool just for scanning, and because I have an advantage in that tool, the way it
There's my roll.
happened is
I
I can
beat you
also
all.
add my proficiency bonus,
I
which
beat
would
you
be
all.
his 30.
Nope, I beat you all. There we go. I rolled 100 instead. But no, Carbine walks up with Aegis, and they put their hands on each of his shoulders. And Carbine leans around. It wasn't your fault. It would have happened either way. But we will find home. But what were you talking about? And he kind of, see, when I was last captured, pretty much I was the last one coming off our planet, our home. I didn't see any explosion. I didn't see it be blown apart like they said. So I think our home's still there. And Carbine
Mine might have just been displaced.
Yes, I'm wondering if something happened. If it worked. But I don't know. It was only a rumor of certain devices that did things. I never
This Black
got to...
Station has one such device. If we can get Black Station modernized, we might be able to find your home.
You know, I don't know where it's at. And they're all three looking at each other, and then they look at you, and then they look at you, Gilgamesh, and they look at Overlord, and they're like, so we might find our home?
Speaks that way.
That is the general idea. Though we don't really know for certain if it is.
You see a bit of hope, and Aegis steps up a bit, and he's like, you have the map.
I do.
The
I
ball.
wonder if that would lead us home. Maybe? I'm just hoping. Carbine kind of reassures. We don't know where that leads exactly.
However, given the recent circumstances with Shockwave, we may want to investigate that sooner rather than later.
To that end, I've been experimenting with things. I'm gonna hold up the T-Cog I made. This is one of them.
Carbine and Drift get fascinated by it. You made this? And,
Yes.
and you can see him, like, Drift really touching it and looking it over. This is some fine work. You did well with this.
I haven't documented the process to make it.
What are the chances you could do it again?
With the current tools of the facility, not very likely.
Well, maybe there's still a chance. So, Drift's looking around at all of you. Are we actually going to look for our home?
Well, we're going to go to wherever the end of the map leads to. Whether that's your home or whether it's something else entirely, we're going to find out.
He looks to you hopeful, and he starts smiling. So, we can find our home. We might have a chance with your help.
I appreciate the optimism, but let's be tempered with it. We don't know what's at the end of this compass, this map. So, let's not jump to conclusions until we even know what is actually here.
Especially considering your home might be in the same condition as Cybertron.
But if our home is still intact enough, we could shelter and give home to those.
Yes, but if it's so beyond repair that it doesn't provide you shelter, then you need to find an alternative.
Then you need to be prepared to give it a final farewell.
Then there's hope. I will accept that. And he's got just a stupid grin across his face like, it's still hope. I will take what I can get.
Now you protect your hope.
Exactly. And as you say that, he pulls off it's between him and his shell, two blades, and they're actually his fins that are glowing. He goes, and I'll fight for it too, dude. And he whips them around a few times, and he throws one, and it whips out into the air, and you think it's gone, and it starts to boomerang back around, and he goes, chink. I'm ready for some hope, at least.
Oh, hey, I did that with his axe.
Yeah, but I got two, and he flings both of them, and you see him go out into the night sky, and you see them whipping around, and he goes, yeah, but his axe doesn't do this. And he's just standing there with his arms crossed as the blades flip around for a few seconds, start dancing around in the air, and they retract back to him. And he just puts his hands out, and he chink, and he puts them right back in between his shell and him. And he goes, yeah, this doesn't do that, though. Not as well. And he's just like, yeah, right, show off. My blade still does something.
Why don't you have to?
And he just looks at you indignantly. Shut up. And everybody, Carbine starts laughing. Drift starts laughing. Dudes, this is going to be righteous. And he starts doing the play side. And he's just sitting there like, this is going to be
Oh,
awesome.
by the way, all I can think of about him now is he's a mix of Michelangelo and Leonardo now.
I was literally just thinking, he's totally Michelangelo from Ninja Turtles.
Just with lineage weapons.
And with that, we're going to end the session with you guys looking out into the stars and having a good laugh at this moment as we end season 1.
Except Overlord is serious. Why doesn't he have to?
We'll answer that question later on. Maybe on a Q&A in the next time we stream, because I'm going to take a couple of sessions off so I can prepare for season 2.
Mm.
So we might do a Q&A with you,
Over our
Jokers.
bullshit stats.
Yeah. I'm going to adjust some shit.
He's got to come up with new counters for our bullshit.
Yep. Mm-hmm. I'm going to make some adjustments.
Can't
Can't count on my bullshit.
Yeah, my terrible rolls did not help. So, but no,
Can't counter this bullshit.
Galaxy sent you a DM.
I need a. Okay, yeah, I think. Hang on. Oh God, I'm hitting the wrong screen. I've got too many screens. Dang it. Oh, whoa. Hang on. Wrong.
Need a
person.
verbal reply.
My mom's cooking something. I don't know what it is, but it smells yummy.
Let's see.
Well, I'm totally not getting a nap before work, so.
Oh, sorry, Dave. Shoot. I was trying to wrap it up a little faster, and I was like, ah. Okay.
It
But-
lost
okay.
exactly the same amount of time as all the others.
I'm
Yep,
gonna.
like the time is on point, like for the how long we usually go for. So that's nothing new.
Let me see. I have a. Can I read this question out to them? I need to make sure. Actually, I might just invite you to the Discord at this point because I've been thinking about it.
Yeah, if you want to
I'm
invite
surprised you
her.
haven't at
Yeah.
this point, to be honest.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll read it first and then I'll invite her. I seriously have a question. I want to do group art for your D&D campaign. Do you have art references of your bots by chance? Do you guys have? I mean,
I
Our
mine.
don't-
reference for my bot is
Yeah.
literally the icon underneath
I mean,
my name.
I have some of theirs, yes. So
same, yeah.
Yeah,
I even have the
I
vehicle mode, so you basically take my bot mode and the vehicle mode and mash them together and have fun with art there.
I'm gonna
I have
change
like
this.
reference image of like what my vehicle form is, just because I do have like a picture of a real motorcycle that I use for it, and it's very sleek looking. As far as like a bot form, I don't have like I know Matrix like has like one image that's like sort of
Oh,
like,
that
what
one.
yeah
That's-
it's
yeah.
kind of it, but like not quite. So like, yeah, I don't have any reference art, but
I did. Yeah, I
I-
did some coloring on a picture just to see, and I was messing with it. I mean,
I
you
think
guys
the
can
only
mess with it.
thing that would technically be added to mine would be that he would have more scars and the whole cross out Decepticon thing.
But I would be happy to feed you more information on our Discord if you do want to create something, because I would love to see some
Yeah,
character
same
art.
here. 'Cause I
Same.
would definitely prefer a custom art over using reference pictures like we're currently doing.
Yeah.
Yes. You can see they're up for it. So I sent you a join thing for our Discord, and that way you can chat with them if you want to, and we'll put up pictures and stuff if you need, and that way you can get them. My little ones, I really don't have any bot pictures of them because they're all in my head mostly, and most of the stuff I've created that were their alt modes and stuff.
I have a
stuff.
displacer kitten. It
Oh,
says,
Jesus
"Oh."
Christ.
Dude, you are
I mean-
you are so dying. No, she's in the Discord now. You need to give her the rolls.
I need to make her special rolls too.
Give her an artist roll. Make her name
Yeah.
purple.
Actually, I will.
Or the color
I
of
will.
her Twitch.
Give me a moment. I will. Yeah. So let me wrap this up so that we can get on with our lives, right? Yeah. So with all that, if you want I need to put her name out a little more. If you are interested in the little Kerbo that my little guy talks with, you see me talking, he bounces. You can talk to Heximus. I will try and get her information and put it on. I keep forgetting to add hers. That's another thing. Oh my God.
Displays are getting.
But it looks like a caracal, but yes, it works. Look for Heximus. She's on, what was that thing called? Twitter. She's also on Twitch as well. She streams sometimes. Check out the links in Twitch. You can find, they go to the YouTube channel where I upload all these episodes, including our Dungeons and Destiny one and a few other things I do on the side, like Space Engineers and that. But for right now, you'll find all the links. There's Swerve's Bar podcast in there as well. Dave's is in there. Dave's busy working though a lot, so you might not see him too much.
I haven't been streaming much lately, but if I do plan anything, I'll definitely announce it here. So
yeah, hit the subscribe notification.
Because when I get my tower, I'll be streaming again myself.
No. User redacted comes first.
User redacted.
User redacted
by himself.
Yeah.
User redacted.
But I will say this personally to all three of you. Thank you for indulging in my insanity and still learning to play this.
I'm still incredibly thankful you invited me to this Transformers campaign.
We might end up with a fourth person if he's still interested in playing. I don't know yet. I'm going to ask him and see. But personally, for each one of you, thank you. Because I am still learning to play this, and I know I'm going to make mistakes. I still am.
Dude,
it's who I am.
You're doing a great job, and I'm loving these sessions. And I haven't been here as long as the other two.
And thank you, Galaxy Star. You've been here supporting. I know you support everybody else too, which I'm glad. Great. Put it out there. Support them. Give the artists love too. Give all the people. Pay it forward to them. They do just as much. But yeah, without you guys, I couldn't do this because I read the books. In my ADD dyslexic brain, it just goes nuts at times, and I have to stop.
Dude, I know exactly what you mean. You start reading the comics, the books, and you're like, but what if I had a group of things that did this way, and then it goes all off into its own directions?
Yeah. So it comes down to a lot of stuff. So yes, in season 2 of this, let me see, next Friday is our Destiny one. That Friday after, how about you guys join me for a Q&A for that time, for a few hours?
Yeah, I don't mind.
Hopefully not more. Because the first
I missed the last one because I was asleep, okay?
Well, also, I was having such bad connection for some reason.
Yes, you were.
Yeah, it just, the internet just flat out died, an hour
it didn't
or
want
so.
to answer any questions, let's be honest.
So, I want to be able to let you guys tell your stuff and talk about...
What do you expect?
User redacted, you're not antisocial.
Bitch, I will drag you into the next one.
No, you can get your ass in there and talk with the rest of the people.
I'm going to stream your rebooted campagn.
Oh, we're gonna be streaming Saviors? Yeah, bro.
Yeah, I'll stream Saviors just for you, bro.
I'm not gonna lie, I was kind of thinking of streaming it.
I've been meaning to ask both of you guys if you wanted to join the reboot of the very first campaign I ever DM'd.
I'm for it just so long as it works with the schedule. Cause
you are 100% welcome to stream and upload on YouTube if you want. I do not care.
I will have to see because I've got a lot of stuff still going on, and now I have to prepare for season 2.
I'm currently dealing with scheduling issues because I need to get everybody together to make characters, explain the system because it's not 5th edition, it's something else.
Yeah. So only one person actually answer.
Yeah.
But since we're kind of on the topic of kind of wrapping it up here, thank you for putting up with my bullshit. I do feel like I did somewhat take over the campaign a little bit with my backstory, and I do feel a little guilty about that.
Don't worry,
I'm waiting for season 2 so that way I can get more involved.
Well, dude, that's the thing. I've been working with Matrix to find a way to get you more involved.
Well, I have an entire character that we can hunt for.
Yep, and that's still on the table.
We've got that established now. But I'm saying early on, when things were picking up, I was talking with Matrix. I'm like we need to get you an antagonist. That was my one thing to watch.
Well, he killed him with Aegis.
Right now?
Yeah, I
Oh my
did have
God.
an antagonist. I
Oh
technically
my-
Well,
had
yeah,
two.
like
I technically
Ah.
had two. My
yeah,
boss.
it wrapped up in
Okay.
the end. But I'm saying like when we're like kind of in the middle of this and like things are starting to pick up, I
Okay.
went to Matrix and I said we need to have an antagonist for you.
Okay, I'm gonna let them talk, and I'm gonna talk. So I just muted them for a moment so I can talk. They can hear me probably through the stream. I'm gonna wrap this up because they're going nuts with everything. I have plans for the future second season of this, and anybody who's watching, I hope you can join us for that. Come and join us for the Destiny one as well. Dave DMs that one, and it's my first campaign ever to play in D&D form, and I am still learning everything about this stuff. And a lot of this stuff with the Transformers, I am making up on the fly. So this is completely mostly homebrew. Most of the stuff we use from it, I have to change to adapt. So I'm hoping to do more, and I hope we can keep you entertained and you just enjoy yourself just listening and sitting back. And yes, the creatures and characters I make are my own and in my head mostly. So it will be one of those things. But if these jokers are going to join me for a Q&A next time, yeah, it's based on the game. And Destiny is that one. Yeah, and at this point, I am enjoying myself because I get to take the stuff that's been stuck in my head for so long and put it out there. And it's been a long time. But I will say I will unmute and hope to God they're not yelling at each other so they can say bye for now.
Yeah.
Are you guys done yelling at each other?
No.
Okay, I gotta mute them
Like
again.
we may as
sorry.
well save this for the Q&A because we can
Yeah.
talk about this for hours. So.
See,
Yeah.
I muted you guys for that because I was like, okay, do you guys want to say bye until next season for
No.
Transformers? Okay, he's
I
dead.
say
mean, we
bye.
can continue talking about this after the stream's over.
Yeah,
We got our Q&A here coming up, so
Yeah.
we'll talk more about it then.
so
Yeah.
say bye, all of you.
Bye, guys.
See you next week for
If you need
Destiny. Get some
reference
sleep.
Things if you want to do the other
What's
thing.
sleep? User
The
redacted. Say
the
bye.
stuff I'm not going to get because I have to go to work in a few hours.
Sorry.
I do not envy you, considering you have the most boring job
Okay,
in the
wait.
world.
One of you hasn't said bye yet, and I haven't seen his name light up. Overload.
Vengeance is the
There.
is the next best justice.
There you go.
Breakfast of Champions right there.
All right. Wherever you're at in the world.
Have a cup of
Yeah.
teas.
Yeah. Oh, geez.
They
sounds
got
good.
more.
Oh, I'm
caffeine
gonna
than coffee.
have
Oh my
like 4 or 5, like because I'm gonna need to stay up all
Yeah.
night because I'm gonna be up. I will be up for 24 hours.
I'm
by
gonna
the
mute
time
you
this
guys
is
for a
over.
moment. Jesus Christ, they're gonna keep talking. All right, wherever you're at in the world, have a good morning, good afternoon, and good evening wherever you're at. Be safe out there because the world's getting crazier at times. Peace, love you all out there. Thank you for joining us. I'll see you next Friday for Destiny, along with the rest of the group, and seeing the Friday after for the Q&A. So, Galaxy Star, if you got any questions, write them down. You can ask them. Get anybody else. Anybody else has got questions, ask. Make them complicated. Make sure it's user redacted, which is Mercer or Overload. Ask him the ton of questions. But have a good night, because it's night here. Bye, everyone.